For those of you who don't know me, my name is Mason Bennett. I get the opportunity to be the director for One Kind Act Today. No, there's no problem. I was just thirsty, not waiting for applause. I'm sorry. It's an honor and a privilege to be involved in this impactful work made possible entirely by the Semnani Family Foundation. I don't get the honor of doing this work because I'm an expert on kindness. I didn't write a best-selling book on the subject, nor am I a paragon of charity. I'm just an average guy. Thankfully, I have good operational skills, program management, development abilities, and can keep many consecutive projects floating at the same time. These are skills that would translate well to being a clown juggling multiple balls. My expertise with kindness comes by simply being a human being. That is my greatest qualification, and that's yours as well. We'll soon get the chance to hear from the amazing speakers today who are the experts and have written the books. But each one of us here has the power of kindness because we are all human. In another life, before I came to One Kind Act Today, I did research on non-human primates, specifically rhesus macaques, studying family relationships, social rankings, and the intersection of certain genetic factors. I hope none of you get the chance to be a student in one of my classes out at the prison, but if you do, you'll get to hear me talk about monkeys a whole lot. One thing that always struck me is the importance of community and relationships. Primates are communal creatures, and humans, as part of the great ape family, have the most complex social relationships on Earth. Our ability to connect is our greatest superpower. Humans are social creatures, as I said. We need connections. Research out of Utah, in fact from BYU, has shown that loneliness can be as damaging to our bodies as smoking. Simon and Garfunkel were wrong. No man is an island. In order to get along with others, we have to be kind. That is what our bodies are designed to do, and the answer to a happy, successful, healthy life. In his book, Survival of the Friendliest, Dr. Dashner Kelter said, "We find that it is not the domineering, muscle-flexing, fear-inspiring, backstabbing types who gain elevated status in the eyes of their peers. Apologies to Machiavelli. Instead, it is the socially intelligent individuals who advance the interests of other groups in the service of their own self-interest who rise in social hierarchies. Power goes to those who are socially engaged. It is the young adults and children who brim with social energy, who bring people together, who can tell a good joke or tease in ways that playfully identify inappropriate actions or soothe another in distress who end up at the top. The literature on socially rejected children finds that bullies who resort to aggression, throwing their weight around, and raw forms of intimidation and dominance are, in fact, point of fact, are outcasts and low in the social hierarchy." As a former primate researcher, I love Charles Darwin. Many of us have heard the phrase survival of the fittest, right? Most of us have heard that. Here's the thing. Darwin actually never said anything like that. The phrase survival of the fittest comes from a man named Herbert Spencer who was writing about Darwin's theories 9 years after the origin of species. Darwin himself believed in what he called the sympathy hypothesis, that those communities which included the greatest number of the most sympathetic members would flourish best. As humans, we flourish when we're kind. It is who we are. Mr. Semnani and I get the chance to meet often to discuss the direction of One Kind Act Today. And early on, he would say, if we can get kindness to become second nature to just one person, we've succeeded. Over time, we've amended that as we've learned that kindness is not our second nature. Kindness is our first nature. It is our inheritance as human beings. It is what our human organism is designed to do. Acting unkindly is something we learn and develop through difficulties in life, and that may become our second nature, but our first nature is kindness. Humans are designed to be kind, to get along, build communities that thrive together. In the English language, the root word for kind comes from words that mean innate or nature. So we could rephrase one kind act a day instead to say one natural act a day. So we don't have to be an expert to be kind. Each one of us has incredible power born within us through thousands of years of design or evolution to create a creature that is made to be kind. I encourage all of us to accept our first nature and to live more kindly. And let us remember that humankind is our human nature. Thank you for listening to me. I appreciate that very much. It was very kind. I would now like to welcome our first Olympian of kindness, Mr. Semnani, come up on the stage, who has a few words he'd like to share with us.
Thank you, Mason. And ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming. I certainly hope you will stay for a little bit longer. This is a great opportunity for me, and this is a moment that I 3 years ago when we started this program. And in doing so, we hope that we can accomplish few things. And I'm delighted to tell you that we have accomplished a few things, and I give you a quick summary of it since last year, some of the things that we've done. And most important one is that we have made a lot of good friends, and some of the friends that are here are been very key members of our efforts. So with that, I would just like to thank all of you for joining us at our annual celebration of the power of kind. It is hard to believe, but One Kind Act a Day campaign has passed its 3-year mark, and over 1,000 One Kind Act a Day has taken place among thousands of people. Thank you for that. Thank you. We have so many illustrious public servants, partners, friends, and colleagues dignifying our gathering today. Greetings to Mayor of Sandy, Monica Solansky, South Salt Lake, Sherry Wood, and Salem, Christy Simmons, to our State Representative Ballard, White, and Kennedy, and more, to our esteemed religious leader and panel members and speakers. But I don't want to go too far without thanking our board, who are really making everything happen. I would like to ask them to stand up and be acknowledged. Please. Thank you to our liaison, interns, volunteers, who help and run this event and many of our initiatives. Thank you to our One Kind Act Day staff team. And of course, I want to thank my family. Some of them are here, some of them are coming. About 4 years ago, during the COVID time, I could feel the tension. There was very much of a need for somebody to talk about kindness and understanding and friendship again. So the discussion started with me, Ghazal and I, my wife, and then, extended family and so on. And the only thing that I could come up with was kindness that we all have and commonly share is within all of us could answer that question and could bring us again together. That is really the genesis of what we really did. I also want to thank Governor Cox's designation of April 12th as the official day of One Kind Act a Day, and to when state legislature ratified that day for years to come. To municipalities and counties, religious groups such as Interfaith organization, as well as individual churches, mosques, and temples. To educational for elementary schools district like Granite School District and University of Utah partners. I especially extend my appreciation to our host, University of Utah. Thank you very much for providing the place and providing the services that we have. I also appreciate the institutional support from our partners in state correction, for juvenile justice, youth service, to Utah Department of Correction. And I extend gratitude to our media partners who are here and helping spread the message of kindness in the news. I would like to share with you some of our accomplishments in One Kind Act a Day. In doing so, I have reminded you that we are in this program together, and our accomplishments have been your accomplishments. So we really feel that we owe it to you more than anybody else, and the people that they've supported us. And speaking of people of Utah is not only the people that are promoting kindness, and our growing economy is not the only for the growth of the programs that we've had, but more importantly, our people, culture, and our many faiths that they are contributing and providing all of the needs for this program. And that too should not come as a surprise. As we must, many of us are deeply attached to our faith, tradition, and recognize that while our practices and prayers, ceremonies, and celebrations may be different, the essence of all of our faith and the source of all of our families and communities has a simple formula: love, kindness, service, and compassion. And that is the truth of the whole thing. That's why we are here. That's why we are growing. That's why we're successful. This year, thank you. Thank you. This year, we have built substantially into our program with schools and cities. We have established 15 kindness clubs with some of our best certified schools. In one club, members did over 25,000 acts of kindness a day in 1 year. Thank you so much for that. We have increased our kindness curriculum and murals with juvenile justice and implemented sustainability through monthly service. The youth have made sleeping mats, birdhouses, Christmas cards for over 3,000 and over 3,000 sandwiches for homeless. This is important. One youth said that I never felt like I had anything positive to give, but now I want to continue finding ways to serve when I get out. So it is happening. The miracles and good things are happening, and thanks to you again. Thank you. Our kindness classes at the prison have expanded thanks to the efforts of great volunteers. The program has grown from 6 weeks to 10 weeks, and we have invited dozens of new students to each cohort. Mason would like me to remind you all that we are always on the look for good volunteers to teach at the prison, and we have a lot of good volunteers. Thank you to those people as well. This year, we have partnered with UDC, that's Utah Division of Correction, Show Up for Utah to do the very first 9/11 Day of Service project to happen in correctional facility. This is the first time that has happened in the history of Utah. 300 inmates, and I just really would like you to recognize that. 300 inmates donated over $5,300 of their own money to create 700 hygiene kits. Now, why this is important. These people, they get anything from 75 cents to $1.50 an hour when they work in the prison. Okay? And they have given half of their hourly income to this program to create $5,300 for helping other people outside of the prison. This is the miracle of kindness. And that is what's so important. Thank you. Thank you in their behalf. Thank you so much. A new and unforeseen experience has been taking part in the documentary Breaking Chains. In our own voices, this is done by the prisoners. For the first time in history of our state, we have had a documentary that has been made by the prisoners, regarding prisoners by the prisoners. The National Telly Award gets over 13,000 submission at this production. And this production won 3 silver medals from Telly. That is true. This, again, is the first in our nation. And inventor, and also, this is not the only thing, they also won the Audience Choice Award, Innovator Award, and Utah International Film Festival, Audience Choice Award, and honorable mention in documentary at Zion's Indie Film Festival. Thank you so much for their success. They did very well. Those of you who have received our kindness prompts should be happy to know that this year alone, we sent over 1 million kindness prompts. And something else for us. Our efforts advertising on KSL, KUER, and special media has carried our message to over 1.6 million people. Thank you. And what I like to do is, there is a video that is going to be, there will be audio will be played right now. This is, I just want to make sure, I want you to listen very carefully. This is a message from a lady in her own word regarding one kind act a day. Mason?
One kind act a day saved my neighbor's life. She had several family members killed in a car accident. She did not know what to do with herself, and she didn't want to get up. She didn't want to do anything. She was in a deep, deep depression. And she came to Roots a year ago, and she came to the booth, and she pledged to do one kind act a day. And after she had been doing it about a month, she wanted to get up, do something. She did everything from return cards to the store, to 10 kids when someone had a baby, to taking dogs for walks, to paying for missionaries, groceries, and all of a sudden her life had meaning, and she loved to get up and wonder how she could serve that day. And it gave her life so much more meaning, and it took her out of her depression.
I hope you understand the message. This is a type of thing that I dreamed of, our board members dreamed of, and we all hope for, and we are getting the results we want. And this is what I call it. That's when angels get their wings. They really do. That's very important. With this story alone, One Kind Act Today has been successful. This shows the power that comes from kindness, and we put it into action. I have to finalize by mentioning that we have a very special program. Wonderful speakers such as Curtis Morley, President Taylor Randall, and President Camille Johnson. I'm excited to hear for the first time a panel of inmates talking about kindness in corrections. In our program, you will see a QR code. In your program, you see the QR code where you can submit questions to this panel. These questions will be vetted and sent to moderator Rich Payat. We have a panel of esteemed religious leaders. I would be honored to introduce the moderator, my good friend Natalie Gochner, who serves as the director of Kempsey Gardner Policy Institute and Associate Dean of David Eccles of Business. Natalie also serves as the Chief Economist for Salt Lake Chamber, a prolific voice in our community. Natalie has authored over 200 published columns in Utah Business Magazine and Desert News, and co-hosts the weekly public radio program, Both Sides of the Aisle, on KCPW. Among her many achievements, I'm honored to say that Natalie also accepted to be on our One Kind Act Advisory Board. Thank you, Natalie. And please join me to introduce your program. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everyone. I'm excited to spend this next hour with you with our faith panel. I'll invite our panelists to come on up here and join me on stage, and I'll do some introductions. But before I do that, what a beautiful day in Salt Lake City. Not often do I get to moderate a panel of 7 people, but one of the panelists told me that the clergy is a chatty crowd, and this will go just fine. But before I introduce them, I just want to take a panel privilege here. All of you have a program of the Kindness Summit, and inside the panel, you'll see in loving memory a little card. And I want to read this to you. One of our panelists passed in the past week in a really tragic accident. This is Charu Das Adhikari, the president of the Holy Festival and the ties with the Krishna temple in our state. So I'm just going to read this, and let's just have that moment of honor for Charu. With heavy hearts, we share that on April 6th, Charu left his body. We are deeply saddened by this loss for the Krishna community and for all of Utah. Our panel today and our interfaith community will be diminished without his voice of faith. A disciple of His Divine Grace, since 1970, Charu devoted more than 5 decades to sharing Krishna consciousness. He was one of the movement's great community builders, known for his enthusiasm, creativity, and ability to present Krishna consciousness in ways that touch the hearts of people from every background. The Krishna temple shared the following request, quote, "At this time, we humbly request all devotees to kindly offer your heartfelt prayers for his continued service at the lotus feet of the Lord and for the community to gather strength. Let us come together in remembrance and prayer." So today we honor his legacy by continuing to live with kindness, devotion, and service to others. We have representing the Krishna movement Ankar. So Ankar will be representing the dear Charu today. I don't know of any other way to acknowledge this, but maybe let's just do an applause for. Okay, with that, I'm going to introduce our panelists, and I'll just ask you to raise your hand as I do this. This will be really brief. Rabbi Samuel Spector joins us. Rabbi Spector serves as the rabbi of the congregation Kol Ami in Salt Lake City. Welcome, Rabbi. Bishop Phyllis Spiegel joins us. She serves as the bishop of the Episcopal Diocese of Utah. Welcome, Bishop. We have Elder Derek Miller. Elder Miller serves as an Area 70 for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We have Father Christopher Gray with us. Father Gray serves as the rector for the Cathedral of the Madeleine. Diane Mushu Hamilton joins us. She's an award-winning mediator, author, and teacher in the Buddhist tradition. So glad to have you. I mentioned Ankar, who's here in place of Charu today with the Krishna temple. So glad to have you, Ankar. And then we have Imam Shak Hashim Mahmood, who joins us today as a representative of the Muslim faith. Welcome, Imam. Okay, you all have a microphone, correct? We're sharing, okay. Let's see how this can work here.
This one might be on,
I think I get it. Okay. You're hearing me in the back all right? Very good. Okay, so I'm going to set the stage. We're at the University of Utah. I am privileged at times to work with one of our impact scholars, Ibu Patel. Ibu is the president of Interfaith America. And he talks about in our work of how we all participate in a potluck, that we all bring something to the potluck of faith, of kindness, of compassion. So I want to just start by asking our panelists to share with us what you bring to this potluck. What is your offering? And Derek, let's just start with you.
So
Elder Miller, excuse me.
I represent the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. We know a lot about potlucks. The easy joke would be funeral potatoes is what we bring. What I hope we bring, especially to this community, is a care and concern that's born out of both love and humility. I think it would probably be easy, being the predominant faith in Utah, to not have those things and sort of lead with pride. I hope we don't. I hope from the top to the bottom and everywhere in between, we bring a love that's born out of humility.
Rabbi?
Sure. So, So I think one of Judaism's greatest contributions to the world is that in the first chapter of Genesis, it says that everybody was made in God's image and likeness. And prior to that, really only kings or pharaohs or high priests were considered to be holy people, not every single individual. And so something that we really like to do in our community is look for the holiness in every single person. And I think here in Utah in particular, we take a lot of pride that we've been here since 1853, the Jewish community, and that, so we encountered Latter-day Saints only a few years after Latter-day Saints arrived, and we were really kind of the first group, I think, to tell Latter-day Saints, we don't have an issue with you guys. Okay, you believe something different than us, we can still be friends. And when Latter-day Saints had escaped persecution and that's what brought them here to Utah. And so that's something we try and be mindful of. And the final thing I'll say is we make up only 0.5% of this state. And there's a teaching in Judaism to try to be the little that holds much. And so even though we make up only 0.5% of this state's population, we try to punch way above that weight in what we give to this place that's been a wonderful home to us.
It's beautiful. Rector. Your food offering.
Yes, Catholics are also very familiar with potlucks. Really, as has been said by authors and others, it's the Catholic Church, here comes everyone. And throughout the history of this state and this place, the Catholic Church has been able to offer a couple good things. Healthcare in the 19th century, that was something especially from the Sisters of the Holy Cross. And as a Catholic in this place in this century, though, I hope that something that my folk can offer is a big apology. The Catholic Church, of course, is infamously known as being that big thing that exists and has suddenly lots of people, billions, and is very top-heavy. Hopefully, the Catholic world can, as we continue to grow in the modern world, be humble and continue to serve those who are in the most need in the most useful ways. I'm very happy to see that there's a thing on everyone's table from Catholic Community Services. I think we're going to be helping to make some packets for the people that we serve today. This is the way it should be. Thank you.
That's great. Bishop Spiegel, you want to go? Okay.
We sort of share in the demographics of our Jewish siblings in the sense of percentage throughout the state. But I believe what the Episcopal Church has done with healthcare, education, even a graveyard, the first Protestant graveyards, we have that deep history, and the history goes all the way back to the beginning of the country when the founders were crafting the Declaration of Independence. They were also, their clergy were no longer being paid because they were overthrown when the king no longer paid the salary. Then we had to come up with new rules. So we have this historic depth, but that can get in our way sometimes. I really appreciate what Father Gray just said. I would say if there's something that is the bishop of the Episcopal Church that I pray we bring to the potluck, it is, and I see it in our congregations, mainly by young people right now, a hunger for justice in this world. And in that justice, it means justice lived out through kindness. It means justice lived out by going to the margins. It means justice lived out by how we respond on social media, how we expect our society to engage in serious issues. We have a hunger for justice, and we want other people to come to the potluck really, really hungry, knowing that when we each bring a dish, we have enough. We have more than enough. So God's great bounty will be there.
We bring biryani, falafel, and hummus. Baba Ganoush, that's right. Yes, yeah, we. Henry David Thoreau once said that all men lead lives of quiet desperation. And the first of the four cardinal truths of Buddhism, if I may, is that the world is in suffering. And so being a representative of the Muslim faith, I can say as a practitioner of that faith, in my limited capacity and as much as I fall short, that I have seen incredible acts of kindness in my community toward other faith communities, and that is specifically because the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, he instilled in us the notion that every single Muslim is responsible for 10 of his neighbors to his right, 10 of his neighbors to his left, 10 of his neighbors in front, and 10 of his neighbors behind. Should one of them go to sleep hungry that night, he will be questioned about that on the day of judgment, right? And so for all of us to take care of one another, the golden rule, or actually it was the golden rule until Jesus, peace and blessings be upon him, came around. Do not do unto others what you would not want done unto you. And for centuries, that was the golden rule. Jesus, peace and blessing be upon him, turned that upside down, and he said that do unto others what you would want done unto you. So it wasn't a negative. It wasn't, it was an affirmative action of charity, an affirmative action of kindness. And the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessing be upon him, echoed that same sentiment when he said, لا يؤمن أحدكم حتى يحب لأخيه ما يحب لنفسه. None of you has complete faith until he loves for his brother what he loves for himself. And so these are the values that we hold fast to our hearts as members of this community. Alhamdulillah.
So thank you. I'm very honored to be able to be in your company today. Thank you for having us. I would say within the Buddhist tradition that part of what we're encouraged to do is to look and see what it is that's needed. So when I look at the banquet or the potluck, I see that nobody's bringing dessert. So the Buddhist community will sign up for strawberry shortcake or chocolate mousse. We'll bring it on in. So I think more specifically that what is powerful about the practice in the Buddhist tradition is the cultivation of meditation. And meditation is really the clarification of how to work with one's mind so that the mind becomes in service of one's heart and one's compassionate activity. And in the era that we live in today, particularly with the internet and technology, the speed of mind is really great. The discursiveness of Facebook and social media is really generating a tremendous amount of anxiety. The polarization in our politics, where we are demanded to take a stand of for and against constantly, is in a certain way develops even greater need for the practice of meditation and the ability to clarify and work with the mind across the traditions. So it's a very large open space in which there's the practicality of what it means to be a human being and to really clarify how to work with the mind so that the heart can flower, because the mind is divided and thinks in terms of yes and no, you and me, for and against, and the heart actually holds the wholeness of who we are, in which we're not separate, and our goodwill and our kindness can be expressed without reservation. When people are kind, they're one. When people are political, they're two. So our meditation is in the service of oneness. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Diane.
Good morning, everyone. So I represent the Krishna community in the Utah. So we have two temples, one in Spanish Fork and one in Mill Creek, Salt Lake City. So we primarily bring three things to all the people in the Utah. The first thing is joy and happiness. So we do that by two ways. We host festivals, at least one each month. And one of our most popular festivals is Festival of Colors. if you have seen pictures or videos, you will see the people celebrating colors with joy. And second, another way we bring joy is music, spiritual music. And anybody who listens to spiritual music of Krishna's, they get a lot of peace and happiness by doing this. So this is one of the way from us to bring joy and happiness. The second thing that we bring is deep spiritual knowledge to fulfill, to provide values, so we can base like foundation for our lives, for our work. And we bring that from spiritual books as Bhagavad Gita, Srimad Bhagavatam. Like these books have a lot of deep values mentioned in them, and kindness is one of them. We're going to discuss that today. So by reading these books, we get to know that what should be the foundation of our life. And third thing that we bring is food, of course. If you have ever had samosas or mango lassi, you will know what I'm talking about. So since its inception in 2001, the Krishna temples have been serving free food to all attendees once a week in their community, when they come to their community service on weekends. So in Mill Creek temples, every week we are having at least 150 to 200 attendees. And in Spanish folk, we are at least having 50 to 100 attendees every single week. So these three things we bring to the community in Utah. Thank you.
Thank you, Onkar. Okay, I hope everyone feels well fed after that potluck. Diane, I want to go back to you for this next question. You made the comment that when we're kind, we're one, when we're political, we're two. And it really aligns with the next question that I wanted to ask, which is, at the University of Utah, of course, we think a lot about the words we use. And I think of the word diversity. And I think of diversity as a fact. This is a diverse panel. We all bring different life experiences to the panel. We are a diverse panel. There's another word, pluralism, or pluralistic. And that implies something different. That implies an engagement with difference, to try to make something special out of that engagement. And so I'm thinking of the term civic pluralism. So that gets to your comment about when we're political, we're divided. How do we nurture more civic pluralism in this state? Big question, but I thought you'd be the right person to, and everyone doesn't have to answer this, but if after Diane, if others want to weigh in.
My experience is that I'm also a mediator. And one of the things that I understand is the word mediate means basically to bring together or to find that which we already have in common. And one of the things that we need to understand about our human nervous system is that sameness, when we feel the same as someone else, we relax. When we feel different, we get excited. And that excitement is learning. You know, we're learning something new. I'm listening to how you think about your faith and how you communicate, and it's exciting. But when it becomes too different, it becomes threatening. And one of the things that's happening now is that in culture, we're taking our sameness and our unity and our commonality very much for granted. We don't do enough of these kinds of experiences in our civic life on the whole, so that we're more focused a lot of times on difference than we are on our sameness. So as a mediator, what I would say is we need to not take our commonality for granted, and we need to cultivate it and deepen it, and then we need to learn to work with our differences, knowing that it's stimulating and exciting, but when there's too much difference, it becomes threatening. And then we need to return to our commonality, and we need to practice that.
Yeah, I love that. I was told just in the social session before that Rabbi Spector, that you and President Dallin Oaks, it was before he was president of the LDS Faith, but that you engaged in Bible study together. Is this true?
Well, when he had questions, he'd call. Just kidding. Yeah.
Very good.
President Oaks, what we call in Judaism, my Chavruta partner. I tell him he's one of my rabbis. So he's a good study companion if you ever get the opportunity. But what I'll tell you about President Oaks, I appreciate is this man is the prophet of 17 million people around this world. 17 million people around this world believe that President Oaks is essentially God's emissary on earth. And so I don't know, I'm the rabbi of the largest synagogue in Utah, and my ego can get inflated sometimes, and by that, and he's got 17 million followers. And so I would expect somebody like him who's also accomplished so much in his life to have such a large ego. However, one of the things that we learn in Judaism is there's a book called Pirkei Avot, which is about ethics. It's about a 2,000-year-old book, and it asks some questions, such as who is worthy of respect? And the answer is the one who shows respect to all others. And who is a wealthy person? The one who's happy with what he has. And one of the questions it asks is, who is a wise person? And the answer that it gives is the one who can learn from every other person. And that was something that stood out to me with President Oaks, was his incredible wisdom in that regard. Because when we would study together, I would share something with him or say, here's my thought. And he would look at me, and he has so much knowledge and is such a holy person. And he would turn to me and say, I've never looked at it that way. You taught me something new today. And to get that type of validation from somebody in that position, it's incredible, an incredible act of kindness and affirmation. So, Imam, were you here a couple years ago on this panel, or that was a different Imam? I'm sorry, I don't remember who the Imam was because he was from out of state. But I was talking with my brother Avais there last night that when I sat on this panel a couple of years ago, the Imam who was on the panel talked about how the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, would look people in the eyes when he talked to them, and how to have such an important person looking at you in the eyes and connecting with you really made them feel special and validated. And hearing that on this panel has completely changed the way I approach others. So from Prophet Muhammad to President Oaks to Prophet Oaks, I suppose you could say, we see wonderful examples of that are kindness.
Yeah, very nice. Anyone else on the panel want to contribute to this thought of civic pluralism, not just diversity, but active engagement with difference?
For Christians, this is a very special time. We just had Easter, and last week on Good Friday, there was this marvelous moment in our city where several of the churches downtown around South Temple got together and actually, walked together, went to each other's churches. At your church, Bishop Spiegel, my Catholic group were a bit scandalized because aside from kneeling down and making the sign of the cross when Mother Holly, was doing the confession, they thought, oh my goodness, Father Gray is what's going on? And this is Good Friday, so Christians are kind of a little bit weird it's Good Friday. And I told them, friends, we must all forgive each other's sins. This is not something that is a minister to do. It is for everyone to be forgiving. Good Friday in Salt Lake City seems like it's the setup for a joke because, of course, Salt Lake City has this wonderful reputation of being a very good place where generally we don't party too much. And, well, there's a Good Friday for you, kind of a day not to party. And it was, for these folk who were with me at least, a wonderful moment to recall that we must bear each other's burdens, that we must walk with each other, that we cannot remain in the blindness of our own traditions. And even as a Catholic in this place, that is to say, not a particularly Catholic place, or as a Presbyterian, or as a Methodist, or as an Episcopalian, we get so involved in our own little worlds that we forget to actually engage the streets that we all use. We are all here together. It was a beautiful day. I offer that as an anecdote for a practicality. and this beautiful idea of a civic pluralism. We must actually walk together, and being on a panel like this is a thing that I hope that more people can see, that we can all speak together and walk as one.
Thank you for that, Bishop.
So, Natalie, your question made me think about the settling of this state, probably because I'm looking right up Immigration Canyon. This, of course, was the canyon that the Mormon pioneers came down in 1847 on July 23rd. That begs the question, why do we celebrate Pioneer Day on July 24th? That was the day Brigham Young came into the valley. He got to pick the date. I have to believe when those pioneers came to this valley, they must have thought a couple of things. One, they must have thought this is going to take a lot of hard work. You get a sense of that when you look in this direction of the valley, past all the beautiful trees that are blooming for springtime. The next time you fly out of the Salt Lake Airport, look to the west. That's what they found when they came here. The whole valley looked that way. So in addition to thinking this is going to take a lot of hard work, I'm sure they also thought this is going to take a lot of hard work together. And I think it informed an interesting culture that we still benefit from today. And it gets to your point about pluralism, and that is Utah is a Western state, so we believe in this rugged individualism. But we also have this great sense of community building. So it's an interesting combination. And I don't know, it must exist other places, I'm sure it does. But in Utah, I think that combination has served us so well. And then I'll just mention this. And you know this, Natalie, better than anyone. Natalie used to be the chief operating officer of the Salt Lake Chamber where I work now. And it was founded in 1887 before Utah was a state. And its history is found in, the genesis of it is found in the fact that Utah was a very, very divisive place at that time. Members of the LDS Church would only shop at LDS stores. People who weren't members of the LDS Church would only shop at non-LDS stores. It was a very, very clear divide. And some of the leaders of the community got together and said, it can't continue to be this way anymore. And they founded an organization. It was the predecessor for the Salt Lake Chamber. So I loved what Rabbi Spector shared in his story because it shows the power of individual relationships, but there's also something about the power of organizational, institutional efforts that can create, I think, what you're talking about.
By the way, during the 1850s, Latter-day Saints boycotted the Jewish businesses and said, we won't shop at Jewish businesses, and the Jewish leaders had one-on-one relationships with Brigham Young, and they talked to him, and he came out and spoke to Latter-day Saints and said, this is not part of our faith. This boycott ends now.
Imam, it looked like you, and then we'll go to Bishop Spiegel.
Yes, so Dick Gregory, the late Dick Gregory, once said that a neighborhood is where you hood yourselves from your neighbors. And I heard from Diane here, Miss Diane, that we have to find a common purpose, and that is actually in the etymology of the root community. It's common unity, right? And so we need to start to think about ways of how to change our neighborhoods to communities. And one of the things that I'm reminded of is a statement of the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, in which he quotes Jesus, not in any of the Gospels, but in terms of what he had received from Gabriel. He said that God had once revealed to Jesus, be in gentleness toward all people, like the earth beneath their feet. Toward all people. In generosity, like the flowing waters. And in kindness, like the sun and the moon, for they rise and set upon the virtuous and the vicious alike. And I'm reminded just in the story of the nativity of the Christ that's mentioned in Surat Maryam in the Quran, chapter 19, which is actually called the chapter of Mary. It begins by speaking about Zechariah and that Mary was born as an orphan, right? Her father had died while she was yet in the womb of her mother. And everyone in that society stepped forth to take care of Mary as an orphan, knowing that Zechariah had not yet had a child and he was very old, and it was his wish to take care of Mary. He wanted to take care of her. But he had to compete with all of the men of his community who stepped up to try to take care of Mary, and they didn't even know who she would become. They didn't even know who she would bear later on. But this was just everyone taking responsibility for everyone else. And they said, if it should be God's will, then cast lots, and then let God decide who shall be the caretaker of Mary. And his lot was drawn. But it showed the willingness to take care of the other, the willingness to take care of oneself, to step up and take responsibility for one another. The Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, is described that there was a woman who was mentally unstable in his city. And people would shun her. They wouldn't pay her much attention. But whenever she would call upon him, he would tell her, mother of so-and-so, we don't even know her name, right? Mother of so-and-so, whatever place you want to sit in the city, sit, and I will sit with you. And she would just speak whatever was on her mind. And when she was done speaking, when she sort of ran out of gas, he would ask her another open-ended question, just to get her talking again, just so that she could feel that she was important, to feel that she was special to him. And he would square his shoulders to her, right? And not look for an exit strategy out of the conversation, right? It's how he took care of his people. And this is one of the, it's one of the qualities that he had even when he first received revelation in the cave, right? Which is a very familiar story to the Mormons here in the audience, right? That he didn't know what to make of Gabriel when he came to him in the cave. He came back to his wife rushing, and he said, I fear for myself that this might be some kind of a demon, which is not what people say when they want to start a religion. The cult of personality, right? They're not going to confess such a thing, that I fear that this is a demon that has come to me. And she said, I swear by God, he would never humiliate you. And one of the things that she mentioned about him is what tuksibul ma'dum. You enrich those who are non-existent. You enrich the non-existent, the throwaway people, disposable people. You enrich them, right? And وَتَحْمِلُ الْكَلَّ, and you take upon yourself the burdens of others. وَتُعِينُ عَلَى نَوَائِبِ الْحَقِّ, and you redress the wrongs meted out to others. And this was what she was mentioning of his virtues, about the way that he was taking care of people before he was even called to prophecy. It's how he was taking care of others. And so this is the message that all of the panelists here on this, this is common unity right here. This is community. This is the common unity that we need to forge, because faith is under assault all over this country. And if we don't get our act together, right? Prophet Muhammad, and I'll close, said that the members, the people of faith are like they're on the top level of a ship. And the faithless are on the bottom at the mast. They're at the mast. And then the waves start to build up, and the water gets into the ship. And so the people on the bottom they call it a mast? No, that's not a mast, sorry, the keel, sorry, thank you. So they said, they're trying to get the water out. So they say, if we just forge a hole into the what? The hull, right? If we do a hole into the hull, maybe the water will drain, right? The water will drain out. That's that's what they're putting these are the experts, right? In telling us that in order to save humanity, we got to kill off humanity, right? In order to save humanity from itself, we've got to kill them off. So they said, if the people of faith remain at the top, just taking care of themselves, just singing kumbaya to one another, right? Then the entire ship sinks.
Bishop Spiegel, it looks like you have...
I know, but you have more questions.
It's okay.
And I'm curious as to what they are.
Oh.
I can go, you want me to just go really quickly?
Yeah,
just
please,
a few words. A few words that come to mind. So, yes, amen and alleluia to everything that I have heard. And this is what I was so excited about being called back to this panel. I carry this stuff with me for years, these pieces of wisdom. When I think about civil discourse and pluralism, in a way, it matters how we speak far more than what we are saying. And so I am encouraging, I've done this 3 times this week alone in my office. I have encouraged people, don't engage in a conversation if the way in which the discourse is happening is not respectful of each other's dignity. Stop. Say, I want to hear you, but we have to find our commonality. We have to find our love for one another before we can speak. Because otherwise, we are just slinging words. And that does not build a society that we want to live in. It doesn't build a house where we want to raise children in. It matters more than anything that we are not, I'm going to use a phrase, doormat kind. Like, oh, I'm going to be kind to no. We are kind because it is a basic element of human dignity. And we must find our common dignity with one another.
Yeah. Okay, beautiful. Yeah, thank you. Who knew this would be such an easy panel for me? On the concept of dignity, I want to share some stats with you. So at the University of Utah, we foster human dignity as a core value. Let me read it to you. This is one of our values at the U. We care deeply for our students, patients, society, and world, and recognize the inherent dignity of all people. So this is something we operate under the direction of our president and the like. We also do a lot of work with Dr. Tim Shriver, who is a part of a dignity movement in our country. And in the last week or so, they released the Dignity Barometer. Barometer measures things. So let me read you some stats, and then I'll get some comments. 5 in 6 Americans are worried about our polarization. That's a high percentage. 2 in 3 believe we're too divided to solve our problems. 3 in 4 say we're dissatisfied with the way we treat each other. To your point, Bishop, we also face a dignity gap. 94% of Americans say all people deserve to be treated with dignity. I don't know what the other 6% are, but 94% say we need to treat people with dignity. Only 31% say that we treat each other that way. So we have this dignity gap. So let's do this as a lightning round, meaning we'll start over here, Ankar, with you. And just in lightning round, I mean just really briefly, who models dignity in your life? What does dignity look like?
Can you repeat your question?
Repeat the question? Yeah, so who models dignity in your life, and what does dignity look like?
So I would like to quote one of the texts in the book Bhagavad Gita. It says, if you want a text number, it's chapter 5, text number 18. It says that a wise person, because he has a lot of knowledge, he sees every living entity with an equal vision. And it was very inspiring for me to see that. And in the today's world, where we have a lot of talk about non-discrimination, if all of us just apply this one text in our lives, it would definitely solve this problem. So in the dignity that we are talking about is like, if we treat, and there is one more text that says that a wise person treats everyone else the way he wants himself to be treated. Yeah. So this is also one of the things that I would like to imbibe in myself all my life, and I would like to spread this message to as many people as I can, that if I want to everyone to love me, to respect me, and speak me with respect, I need to do that myself with everyone else. And one of the things that I learned in my life that I cannot demand respect, I can just earn it with my behavior and my words.
Yeah.
So if I behave with everyone else with dignity, definitely it will come back to me in the same way. So in my life, this is the meaning of dignity, and I would like to behave in this way all my life.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Diane, in the Buddhist tradition, who models dignity? What does it look like?
There's a saying in the Buddhist tradition, first thought, best thought. So I'm going to go with it. Who I thought of immediately that models dignity for me, who's also a Zen practitioner of meditation, is my husband, Michael Zimmerman. He's the former Chief Justice on our Supreme Court. And through my relationship with him, I've seen what it's like to take the long view. He's in the moment, but he's very much always strategizing about how to get to outcomes that really matter. And in the process, he exhibits tremendous generosity, amazing amounts of patience, and a thoughtfulness and an instinct towards fairness and justice that is absolutely unshakable. And I admire him tremendously. Thank you.
Love that. Great public servant. Okay, Imam.
Yes, by far, the person who comes to mind is the Prophet Muhammad, peace and blessings be upon him, who is the exemplar of dignity in Islam. And his life is a blueprint for that. In the Arabic language, the word dignity is karam. It's the same word for generosity. Right, so you have dignity and generosity are the same, they come from the same root. And that makes sense because living in that time in the bleak desert, the person who is most generous has the most dignity with the scarcity of water resources, right? Isutsu says this in his book, a brilliant Japanese author. And so he was the most giving of people. He was described as, they said that not a silver or gold coin would spend the night in his house. And even on his deathbed, he asks how much money is there in the house, and she says, his wife Aisha says, we have 6 silver coins. That's all he had. And he said, give it in charity. And then he went into a swoon, and then he came out of he came to, and he said, did you give it out yet? And she said, not yet, I will, I promise you I will. He said, bring it to me. And she put it in his hand, and he said, what will Muhammad say to his Lord when he stands before him tomorrow with 6 silver coins in his hands? So in terms of so he's a man who gave everything, and he asked for nothing in return. And I believe that is a very good definition of what will bring a person this quality of dignity. I mentioned the story of how his wife said to him, Khadija, how she said to him that you enrich disposable people at the very beginning of his revelation. At the very end of his revelation of his life, and after battle after battle after battle, where he was defending himself and the community against the pagan Meccans, right? Just to get a sense of this, all of the verses in the Quran about quote-unquote violence have to be put into perspective. Mecca is down here. Medina is up here, 250 miles to the north. What does it mean where all of the battles are fought in Medina? What does that actually mean? It means that the people in Mecca would come up to Medina to wage those battles. So he's literally defending. In all of those battles, these are battles of defense. There's battles of survival. Now, after assault and onslaught after onslaught, for 10 years, for 8 years actually, the Prophet, peace and blessings be upon him, goes back to Mecca with 10,000 soldiers. And one of his soldiers says, he's got the standbearers, he's got the standard. He says, today is a day of revenge. Today is a day of revenge. He takes the standard from him and places it in the hand of his son, not to insult him, but his son. And he says to his son, say, today is a day of compassion. Today is a day of compassion. And so when he stood before all of those people who had fought him for the past 8 years and persecuted him for 13 years prior to that, So 21 years of utter persecution. He says to them, what do you think that I will do to you today? They said, you are a dignified brother, Karim, Akhun Karim, a dignified brother, the son of a dignified brother. He said, I will tell you today nothing other than what Joseph said to his brothers. لا تثريب عليكم اليوم يغفر الله لكم وهو أرحم الراحمين. There is no blame on you today. May God forgive you, and He is the most compassionate of those who show compassion.
Yeah, thank you for that. Bishop Spiegel, on dignity here.
So I'm taking this very personally, and I was going through this swath of the cloud of witnesses in my faith of who I think is the most dignified person. And so to me, it's the person who teaches me what dignity looks like so that I can begin to embody that. And this is, for me, the person who came to mind on this day, in this moment, is the recently retired dean of our cathedral, who got long COVID and then had some surgeries and then got incredibly ill with a neurological issue that it seems to be something with COVID, and became completely disabled almost, in brilliant theological mind who changed the whole face of our cathedral community. And if you're not clergy, it would be hard to explain what it is like to suffer in public, in a public-facing position where you have to preach on things that move your soul and be that vulnerable. And as he began to struggle with balance, he didn't change. He preached. He did pastoral care. I never have ever heard him say anything other than, I will find God in this. And he has 3 children at home. And the way in which he has handled his illness is literally, as a bishop, it is beyond my comprehension. Mm-hmm. And he has not only brought dignity to himself, he has modeled what we can each have when things leave us. Capacity, security, joy, when we're given grief, whatever. There is a way to go through that in a dignified manner, but we have to dig deep into our own humanity. Yeah. So I'm grateful for his witness.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that personally. It begs that all of us could do that, reflect personally on who magnifies dignity in our own lives. Okay, let's do 3 quick more, and then I'll have maybe 2 more final questions, and we'll take a break.
Awesome, thank you. I will try to be very brief. So I'm the rector of the Cathedral of the Madeleine on South Temple of St. Mary Magdalene. I think that we also have to remember who gives dignity to us, or those who are in positions that are hated by society. St. Mary Magdalene in Scripture has this kind of strange role of being, well, she's that sinning woman. Here in Salt Lake City, we have the Cathedral of the Madeleine, a glorious building dedicated to that sinning woman. The person who gives dignity in my life is the one who, from the depth of shame, realizes that we are all people who share shame, that none of us are perfect, that we can rise above the fears in our lives to a point of greatness. No one is free from this. This is very much part of our human condition. All of us are wounded people, and all of us can also be healed. All of us can leave our shame behind and grow. And dignity, in a very important way to me, means seeing that we can all be merciful to each other and receive mercy, that we are all worthy of that kind of growth. Thanks.
Briefly, in Jewish tradition, the 2 people I think about are Hillel and Shammai, 2 rabbis in the Talmud who disagreed with each other on literally everything. And yet, so rabbis, but they were Jews. They were each other's best friends because they saw their disagreements as things to educate one another, and their children married each other, and they trusted one another more than anybody else. In my own personal life, actually, two of the people who treat me with the most dignity and model that best happen to be in this room. Those are a couple of my interfaith partners. Pastor Curtis Price over there, First Baptist, and my brother over here, Faisal Ahmed, from the board of One Kind Act and a leader in the Muslim community. Last few years have been really rough on the world, and I think in particular on the Jewish community. And there's been a lot of war going on, and I've had a lot of people who've told me what to feel, what to believe, and how I'm wrong on things in really vicious, nasty ways, and including faith leaders. And these two gentlemen here, I don't think they see eye to eye with me on that stuff, but they also understand and appreciate that I have different life experiences, different narrative, and so instead of telling me how I'm wrong, they ask me questions so that they can understand my lived experience a bit better and where I come from. And when difficult things happen, like the day that 2 Israeli babies were murdered and their bodies were returned back to Israel, they sent me phone calls in letters saying, I can't imagine how painful today must be for your community. And that's showing dignity. It's not showing agreement necessarily with my worldview, but saying I see the holiness in you. I see when you are in pain that causes me pain. And you see this differently than I do because you've had a different life experience I can learn from. And I can't lecture you to change your life experience.
That's a profound, that's a profound thought. I just want to repeat that. You can't lecture me to change my life experience. That's pretty profound. Bring us home, Elder Miller.
So for Christians, of course, our greatest exemplar is Jesus Christ himself. And what he taught about dignity is found in the Sermon on the Mount, in the Beatitudes that he taught. It says in the New Testament that after the people heard it, they were greatly astonished. If we were to translate that today, I think we would say it blew their minds. These were the same teachings that he gave to the people in the Americas when Christ visited them and taught them the same exact teachings. But I think what I'd like to say about it is this. I think we could easily dismiss, say, oh, well, of course, that's the answer for a Christian is Jesus Christ, and maybe be dismissive because we believe he was perfect. He lived a perfect life. But the thing that I think is so beautiful about it, in addition to what he taught us, is that because of his sacrifice for us, because of his atonement, it empowers us. It empowers us to be like him. That we believe that we can be perfected in Christ, that it's not just you get forgiven and you get a second chance. With an infinity amount of second chances, we would continue to all make the same mistakes. But as Christians, we believe that Christ and his atonement empowers us to have a perfect life.
Yeah. Isn't this beautiful, everyone? Just hearing from all these perspectives. We're going to get you all to a break. I mentioned I have 2 more questions. The last one will be really quick, but this second to last one's a little bit weighty, and Rabbi Spector kind of got us there. I feel like there's a little bit of a proverbial elephant in the room, and it's this Iran war. And I want to acknowledge that there'll be disagreement among attendees about the conflict, but I want to just consider the broader picture. So we're moving from a period of disarmament to armament in the world. These are just some of my observations. The peace dividend that has been paid since the fall of the Berlin Wall has now been spent. Our world faces more uncertainty, rising hostility, growing disorder. I think it's fair to say that global defense spending as a percent of GDP will be on the rise over the next decade. These are just my thoughts. So I want to tie it back to kindness. and ask the question, and if you read that quote at the bottom of this banner, I can't see it from here, but it basically says there's no small act of kindness, that kindness always gets repeated, as if you dropped a pebble into the water and the ripples extended. So I want to ask the panel, how can our local acts of kindness help with peace building in the world? Who wants to do that one first? I don't want to call someone out, and not everyone has to respond. Let's go to the rabbi.
I'm not afraid to take those. Well, I mean, I think I mentioned already let's have conversations where we try to understand instead of change minds. That's a big thing right there, is when I talk to a Palestinian, for instance, I can't argue with their life experience. And so it's helpful for us to understand each other as opposed to trying to prove the other wrong when we have competing narratives. What I'd say is on the local level, we have an election this year. Have kindness be on the ballot, okay? Like when we are voting, we are looking at politicians' ideas about economy, foreign relations, et cetera, defense spending. Vote for kind people who are not trying to get elected by putting other people down. Please, like, that should be a prerequisite to serving, especially from the state of Utah that's known for kindness. If you are not a kind person, you don't represent our state well, and you don't deserve to be in power. And so, or our votes. And you'll see potentially an op-ed from me next week in Deseret News about this, about a candidate who is running for Congress based off of, has built his whole campaign on anti-Semitic tropes and fear-mongering. And we, read my op-ed if you want to know who it is. And his name's Nate Bluen. Anyway, so, and so with elections, we need to, whether it's a Democrat or a Republican, something that we need to be bipartisan on is if you are running through fear-mongering and putting somebody else down, you do not get our vote. That's more important than anything else because that helps us lead as a country.
Okay, does someone else want to comment on local acts of kindness in a world that needs peace building? Derek's going to do it here.
I'll just build on, I'll build on what the rabbi said. Sometimes I feel when I see the escalation of conflict and a polarization and the heightening of difference and the taking for granted of the profundity of our commonality. Part of the conversation that is left out for me is just literally related to emotional development. And kindness is something that everyone is capable of, but when we're threatened, how we respond to threat is actually an indication of our emotional maturity and comes from much, much earlier stages of our development, both as individuals and a culture, when we move to use force, coercion, domination, aggression as a way of being one up. So for me, I want to just build on that idea that the way to work with that locally is to pay tremendous attention and to encourage our friends and our colleagues. How is it that the person we're voting for or we're electing is using power? Because if you're using power in ways that requires patience, negotiation, compromise, collaboration, that is a mature use of power. If it is just simply you're going to move in and dominate somebody out of existence, that's really, really young and immature. And I think it needs to become part of our discourse that we pay attention to how are we using power? So just to build on what you were saying, thank you.
I think I want to hopefully say this carefully. Thank you, Diane. I want to say this carefully because I don't want it to come across the wrong way, and I don't want it to come across as sounding defeatist. But because we live in a fallen world and there's evil in this world, there'll always be war and rumors of war. And the reason I say that is to hopefully elevate the importance of the individual acts of kindness, the local acts of kindness. When Christ came, there were many people who thought he was coming to save them from the Romans, coming to save them from war, coming to save them from their political oppressors. But what he came to save them from was something far more impactful and meaningful because it was eternal. And so I think we have to, for me, I take that lesson, following his example. And not to say I'm not concerned about wars and rumors of wars, but to say what I can do is only what I can do, and how I can help people is hopefully help them in those impactful and eternal ways.
Imam, let's do one more, Imam, and then I'll do one last question.
Yeah, so I'd like to just go back to the moderator who opened up today's beautiful session. He mentioned that humans are social creatures, interdependent. We need one another. Everyone in this room needs everyone else in this room. In the Arabic language, the word for man is insan, and it's related to uns, in the same exact root. And uns is a welcoming, right? And so this is just in the language itself, right? It's embedded in the language that man is, the connection between us should be one of welcome. The companion is called the rafiq, right? And that is a word that relates to rifq, the same exact word, which is gentleness. So your companion is the one who has the right to your gentleness. He's literally entitled to your gentleness, right? So these are some very beautiful, like the charity, right? And I'm just speaking from a linguistic perspective here. I'm also a linguist. I taught language at Yale, Princeton, and then Harvard. So my mind thinks like this. But basically, you have sadaqah, right, and sidq, same word, charity and truth. Right, so the proverb, put your money where your mouth is, right? So you also have tazkiyah and zakah, purification and charity, same exact root, that the purification of the soul comes from detachment from worldly possession, by giving it out. That's how you purify the self. Infaq means to spend in the way of God, and it protects you from nifaq, hypocrisy, same exact word. So spending in the way of God is a protection from hypocrisy. In other words, the most beloved, like the Prophet Muhammad said, the most beloved act to God is, or the most beloved of the servants of God are those who are most beneficial to the other servants of God. Right? The most beloved of the servants of God are those who bring the most benefit to the other servants of God. Yes, there is an elephant in the room. We're all feeling, unease about what tomorrow could bring. Things are shifting between an evening and daybreak. Alliances are being formed behind closed doors, and global politics is taking on a character that we have not really seen in our lifetimes. And so the future is quite foreboding if this is the current trajectory, if we follow the current trajectory. But I think the question is very insightful. Locally, we can effect great change. Billions of dollars have been pumped into a propaganda machine to stop a panel like this from happening, to suppress an institution like this institution, this great institution, from bringing the faithful together. Billions of dollars have been spent in getting us to render archaic certain words. Like, I can't even say Merry Christmas anymore because it's considered offensive. There's an assault on faith. There's an assault on faith, right? It's considered triggering to say even Merry Christmas to one another, right? So we have to reclaim what is ours, what we're entitled to. We have to reclaim that and recognize that it's the small acts of charity, the small acts. We need to be in one another's homes. I mean, if all of those billions of dollars would go right into the drain over a cup of tea, and they did this in Norway. There was a campaign in Norway to get to know your Muslim neighbor, right? and they did a poll before and after this campaign, and quote unquote Islamophobia, which it's a word I don't really like because but quote unquote Islamophobia in Norway decreased by 25% after that campaign, just because people invited Muslims into their homes and had a normal neighborly conversation, right? And so it's community over neighborhood. Right?
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, we're down to our last question, and we'll take a break. But do you want to add anything? Or? No. Okay, I'm going to start with you, Ankar, on this last question. I'm mindful that we have a lot of state leaders that aren't here, that I would have loved to have heard this message. I'm thinking of Governor Cox. I'm thinking of Lieutenant Governor Henderson. I'm thinking of Speaker Schultz and President Adams and Mayor Wilson and Mayor Mendenhall. We do have the Salt Lake City Police Chief in the audience, so he's here to hear this. And we also have the head of the Eccles Foundation, Lisa Eccles in the audience. We have the head of the World Trade Center. We have people here to hear this advice. So I want to just give you a word, single word, starting with Ankar and moving this way. What's your word of advice to our state leaders in this world of commotion and polarization? What's the word that gets us to kindness?
Can we say kindness?
It'll be interesting to see if anyone will stick to one word. But Ankar, what's your word of advice?
Can I speak a little later? I'll just sort of think about it.
Okay, we're going to come back to you. Diane.
The word that comes up for me is integrity.
Oh, I like it. Okay. We want our leaders to model integrity, okay? The Imam.
Empathy.
Empathy, okay, I like it. Okay, we're going to come back, Father.
Like empathy, feel.
Feel. So go to the heart. Yeah, Rabbi.
What we were talking about, dignity.
Okay. Elder Miller?
And I'll end where I started, which is, I'll say, humility.
Okay, so we got two more. We're going to come back to Bishop Spiegel.
It is so hard for a preacher to say one word. This is like, wow.
Torture.
It's humanity.
Humanity. Aren't these amazing? Ankar, you get the last word here. He's got it. He's ready.
The word from me is love.
Oh, okay. That's great. I couldn't have played that out better, meaning those words are amazing. Some of you might not know this, but I can see from where I'm sitting the beautiful love statue on this campus. Remind me, Kennedy, what's his name? Oh, is it on the program too, Jonathan? Jonathan, remind us the artist's name. Robert Indiana's love sculpture is right there on this campus. Let's model that. Ladies and gentlemen, thank our panel. And with that, we're going to take a 10-minute break.
All right, everyone. Thank you for being with us. I know we want to spend some time talking. Not very often you have a room full of do-gooders, which you are, and we're just so happy with you. My name is Jason Perry. I'm the Vice President for Government Relations here at the University of Utah, also run the Hinckley Institute of Politics. I'm glad to be with you as we gather around to talk about kindness in action today. I'm particularly honored that my good friend, Semnani, his wife, thank you so much, have asked me to serve as the Master of Ceremonies for the rest of this meeting and this event today. I appreciate that, Kaz, very much for convening us. And thank you to the members of the religious panel that we just heard from. Insightful, interesting. One of the most meaningful parts of today that we don't always get a chance to do is recognize people who quietly and consistently live lives filled with kindness. These are individuals who remind us that you don't need a spotlight to make a difference. You just need intention. You need to put kindness into action. From workplaces to correctional facilities to families who are navigating unimaginable challenges, the award recipients today show us that kindness in action, what it really and truly looks like. So today we're going to celebrate two of our one-of-a-kind award honorees, and we're going to hear about them first with our first video. If we're ready to cue that one, let's play the first video for our award nominee.
My name is Dave Harden, and I am the founder and CEO of Summit Global Investments. And we're an investment firm founded here and located in Utah, nationwide, but based out of Utah. And our goal is to help institutions and families and individuals to invest better, manage risk better, and to be able to manage investments better. So the purpose here is, as you mentioned, you're trying to highlight Tim and what Tim does and the impact he's made, not just on us as individuals in a firm, but on the community at large and all these different things that he's done, from servicing the homeless and things. He doesn't do this because it's a job. He does this more because it's a calling. He sees this as more as a part of him rather than a part of his job to do.
My name is Tim Olsen, and I am the Advisor Success Team Lead and the Kindness and Community Impact Lead here at Summit Global Investments. I love kindness. In my own personal life, I just have tried to live by the motto, and I love this quote, never let a problem to be solved become more important than a person to be loved, right? And I think that involves kindness in a very, very big way.
Someone once said, the true character of a person, if you want to know what it is, it's like you listen to what people say about that person when they're not in the room, and here we are, saying nothing but great things about Tim. And I think he's the king of kindness. So he is looking for ways to coach people at work, provide feedback, elevate them, look for opportunities for them.
When you have small conversations with people, and when you are able to just talk to them face to face, knee to knee, and have normal, natural, everyday conversations, I think that's what the biggest impact of kindness has been for me. Kindness, again, doesn't need a title. It just needs a space to show itself.
We went to lunch as a team, and I noticed an older gentleman. I held the door for him, and he started to choke, and I didn't know what to do. So I called Tim over. I was like, "Hey Tim, I think this guy's choking. Should we do something?" And he just jumped right in and started, helping him out. He ended up sticking his hand inside this guy's throat and pulling food out of his mouth. And he made sure the guy was okay. We ended up walking away, and me and my other coworker were like, "Hey Tim, are you gonna wash your hand?" And we're all grossed out about it, and Tim's just like, just another day, just helping someone out. So.
Tim, from the very moment I met him, I knew he was something special. There is something that is so warm and inviting and welcoming about him. He is such a good listener, and not just a good listener, he's an active listener, where he takes what you say and then actually tries to do something about it.
I just am so grateful for the opportunity that we've had to partner with One Kind Act Today, and it's been a really awesome experience. If there was anything that I could say about kindness and about the way to go about showing kindness, would be just follow One Kind Act Today. Just do what they do, and that's something that we've done here. I think if we can just spread a little bit of kindness, even if it's 1% more every day, then we're making the world a better place. And so I'm just grateful to be a part of it.
I might choke up a little bit, but I love the guy. He's made an impact on me as an individual, and he's made an impact on how perhaps I perceive other people in my life as well. The way he approaches his life and the way he approaches how he interacts with other people, he's one in a million. And I could imagine if we all took a little bit of more of how Tim approaches things, like the amount of impact we could have with more kindness, more caring on not just the people we're around immediately, but on our communities as a whole.
I would want Tim to know that he's made a huge impact in my life on a professional and a personal level. He's helped me through many hard things, many hard trials, and he's helped me stay positive through a lot of that and have a positive outlook in life.
I think everybody here is very appreciative. We enjoy working with him. We're very thankful for what he does. He makes a difference, and not just in the work and from a profit perspective, but in our lives. And so I think from the heart of everybody here at the firm, we would just say thank you for being who you are. And keep doing it, please. We wish you the very best, Tim, and we hope that you, at the end of the day, settle in to the idea, this is who you are, and we appreciate it.
Tim Olsen, will you please come to the stage and accept your award? Mr. Semnani, if you please join us as well. While he's making the stage, up to the stage, you should know Tim had no idea he was going to be receiving this award today. I think you thought they were doing something else, so One Kind Act a Day had to be a little stealthy. Surprised, yes? Yes, come on up here. Let's take a picture right here with Mr. Semnani.
Well, I think this is my Olympic event here. I'm in a group of people with, I'm just an ordinary man trying to do maybe a couple of extraordinary things. And it's wonderful to be a part of a group and to be associated with such incredible people. If my middle name wasn't Barry after my father, I would love for my middle name to be Kindness. It is who I try to be. It is what I try to share. And what a great example that we saw today as we witnessed what it's like to hear and to be and to do what is kind. And so I am just a representative of all of us in this room today. And I am grateful for the opportunity. I had no idea. And truthfully, I was excited to be here to celebrate Summit Global and the wonderful things that we try and do. But again, thank you, and what a blessing.
Okay, we'd like to play the video for the next award winner.
My name is Captain Sasha Karic. I'm currently overseeing the Bear 1 General Population Housing Unit, as well as Bear 2, which is the SOLID program. I've been with the Department of Corrections for just over 19 years now. Kindness, I think, in my opinion at least, it's more than just a gesture. I believe it's an intentional act, right? How we show up for others, and the impact that results from that interaction with others. So to me, it's more than just greeting one another. It's about truly being invested and curious about the person across from you. And it's about seeing them and, again, making their day in a sense. With small, and sometimes, they may seem as insignificant acts, but they're, I think, big enough to have an impact. So I was born in former Yugoslavia. I was born and raised there until the age of 10. We had a war, right, some turmoil that took place within the country. And so even with the background in place and some of the family values, I was actually a recipient of a small gesture. So it was my family, from an individual during that difficult time that extended out to my family, and is actually the reason why I'm here with you today. That individual literally saved our lives. We were actually crossing a border. We were in Bosnia specifically. And so we were in the enemies, in a sense, in that time, right, the aggressors. They came through, they were pushing through, and we were a family. It was just my mother, myself, and my younger brother. My father was on the front lines. And we came actually to the border, crossing into Croatia at that time, which was blocked off. So nobody was permitted to go, which we were in a corner. It was literally life and death. And luckily for us, there was an individual that was actually personnel in the Croatian army that used to work with my mother in the past few years. He recognized her, and he made a decision, or he made a choice, right, to be kind and to permit us to go against maybe some of the rules and regulations he had in place to pass through saving our life. I smile quite a lot, you know, and that's always intentional, because it's, again, you know, you want to connect with people. That's what really matters the most. Having a listening ear for people when they need it, being present there, protecting people, offering help. Those are small acts of kindness that we can do on a daily basis that can have a significant impact. And I think that also ripples outward. When it comes to kindness in general, one aspect that I always looked at is when we talk about, you know, humanity, human beings, there's a lot of things we can't choose, right? Where we are born, the family that we're born into, some of our circumstances in our early life, some of the challenges that we face, all of those things are outside of our control. But one act of kindness can change a life. And I think it's significant enough for us not to forget that.
Can we please have Captain Sasha Karic please come to the stand to accept your award? Right over there for a picture.
Look, I'm a man of a few words. On the contrary, what that little piece there showed. But look, there's only one principle I want to leave you with. It's really important to me, and that's showing up for people, being deliberate in the way that we show up for one another. If I can leave you with anything more than that, I think just be kind to one another. Show generosity, because it can save a life. Thank you.
Well, congratulations to Tim and Captain Karic. We appreciate both of you and your exemplary lives. The world is definitely a better place because of you and your efforts. Our next speaker, I'm happy to introduce, helps people understand something that we don't often talk about, what's happening beneath the surface of our emotions and our relationships. A best-selling author, award-winning entrepreneur, and emotionologist, Curtis Morley teaches that when we better understand ourselves, we show up with more authenticity and with more kindness. Please help me welcome Curtis Morley.
Do you feel the light in this room? Do you feel the connection in this room? Wasn't that panel amazing? Of so many different diverse faiths and beliefs all coming together. When people started find out I was keynoting this conference, they said, well, what is the Kindness Summit? And the best way I could describe it is it's a conference full of light. Do you feel that? Do you feel that light? Today, I'm not going to ask you to show kindness. I'm going to ask you something very different. I'm going to ask you instead to become kindness. And we're going to get interactive. We're going to get engaged. So everybody pull out your phones. You're going to be using your phones during this presentation. Pull them out. Everybody, pull them out. You can practice with one of these QR codes here. Make sure that your phone can scan QR codes. Go ahead and scan one of those or both of them. Make sure that you've got the QR code scanning going, and you're welcome to connect to me here. As long as everybody's phone's working, let's dive in. Because today, I'm not going to ask you or teach you how to show kindness. Today, I want to ask you to become kindness. And in order to do that, we need to think about how we can be the reason someone believes in goodness again. That we can be not just because we did something kind, but because you are kindness. That is part of you. You are kindness. And if you've been to the website of One Kind Act a Day, you'll see this. And you notice on the top it says active or intentional acts of kindness, random acts of kindness. That's typically what we think of when we think of kindness. Kindness is, I'm going to plan something, I'm going to do something, or maybe someone's stuck on the side of the road and I need to help them change their tires, so that random act of kindness. But I actually want to look at the bottom two. The first is emotional kindness, and the second is self-kindness. When we distill kindness down to its very essence, this is where kindness starts. And you cannot be kinder to someone else than you are to yourself. You cannot be kinder to someone else than you are to yourself. So self-kindness is critical. And if we define what kindness is, actually, Mason did a great job of this at the beginning. He talked about how kindness, if you look at it, comes from the Middle English word kind, which means natural or native. It's our natural disposition. And if you notice, we are born of kindness. They've done several studies on this, looking at children at the most infant ages, and they find kindness. That's part of who we are. We are kindness. And like it was said, sometimes we forget about kindness. Sometimes we learn other ways outside of our nature, outside of what we're born into. And there's actually a counterfeit to kindness. In order to understand kindness, we need to know what its counterfeit is. And I don't mean the opposite emotion, but I mean its counterfeit. And you can probably guess what that is. Any ideas? This is the interactive part. Nice. Exactly. Nice is the counterfeit of kind. Let's look at the etymology of the word nice. Does anybody know where the word nice comes from? The word nice actually comes from, wrong button. The word nice comes from a Latin word nescius. And nescius or nescience in English means ignorant. Now think about this for a minute. Bishop Spiegel, you set me up great. You were like, here's the softball, ready, go. She talked about being the doormat, right? She talked about being the people pleaser, the yes man. This is the perfect definition of the word nice. Nice means ignorant because I'm going to placate to you. I'm not going to share my opinion. I'm not going to share my thoughts. I'm not going to share my beliefs because I'm being nice. And I'm just going to kowtow. I'm going to be that doormat. And I'm going to be ignorant, but you're also going to be ignorant because you don't know what's inside of me. You don't know what's inside. And that's the counterfeit of kind. And I believe that kindness happens naturally when we connect to the humanity and divinity of others. Let me say that one more time. Kind happens naturally when we connect to the humanity and divinity of others. That is the state of kindness. Kindness is about connection. Kindness is about seeing other people. Nice, on the other hand, is the counterfeit that says we're going to do a transaction. How many of you have been buying a new car lately? Been in the used car lot? You know what nice is. That is nice for 10 minutes until you say you're not going to buy the car. And then what happens? Then there's no more nice. And if we look at the birth of nice, where did this come from? Where did the idea of nice come from? I'm sure all of us in this room have heard at one time, be nice. Was it a jolly fellow in a red suit? By the way, sorry, Rachel, you're not getting presents this year. But Emma, Michael, and Bruce, you're good. You're good. Did nice come from a jolly old elf, or did it come from a little bunny rabbit?
Don't say nothing at all.
I'm sure Disney was very well intentioned when he said this. But think about that statement. If you can't placate and be a yes man to someone else, what's the alternative? Zip it. The alternative is don't say anything. Just shut your mouth. Don't talk about what's inside. Don't share something that may be important for someone else's growth. Instead, the alternative is just keep it closed. That's nice behavior. Well, maybe it's scriptural. Maybe that's where we learn nice. All right. Of these holy writ, which ones teach us to be nice? Any of these? Bhagavad Gita, Holy Quran, any of these? There's not one instance of the word nice in any of these. Not one instance. Yet in the New Testament alone, there's over 400 instances of the word kind. Just in the New Testament alone. So, where did you learn to be nice? Grab your phones. This is going to send me a text message directly. So grab your phones and send me a text message of where you learned how to be nice. Oh, here we go. They're coming in. Where was the first time you got the idea that you needed to be nice? At home? At school? At church? A lot of it at school. At a refugee camp. Wow. Thank you for sharing that. We've all bought into this idea of living a counterfeit of nice versus being truly kind. And so let's dig a little deeper. Let's dig a little deeper on this. When we look at nice, what are those behaviors? Take a scan through this list really quick. If you've ever done any of these, raise your hand. If you've ever done any of these, can't say no, poorly defined boundaries, caretaking of others, you never get mad. These are nice behaviors. Here's some other fun, nice behaviors. But one thing that is critical, and you guys, how many of us raise our hand? Let's raise our hand one more time. Let's go back. Here we go. Have you done any of these behaviors? Raise them tall, be proud. Here we go. That's it. Look around. I know this because I lived my life as if nice were a virtue. I actually espoused that as part of my character, as part of who I was. People would say, oh, Curtis is the nicest guy you will ever meet. And I hope I never hear that again. And I apologize. You're never going to be able to say nice the same way again after this, so I apologize for that up front. But I wish I could say that I learned this through some great mentors, or I didn't. I had a friend call me, and he called me, and I pick up the phone. I'm like, hey, Ollie, how's it going? And he goes, hey, Curtis, do people tell you you're a nice guy? And I'm like, yeah. Oh, yeah. Here they come. Come on, heap on the accolades. Here we go. And he goes, can I tell you something? He said, the nice guy is the most despicable person on the planet. I'm like, whoa, 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 whoa. That is my entire identity you just attacked right there. And he said, what are you talking about? He said, the nice guy is not honest, and he's very manipulative. I'm like, okay, that's definitely not me. No, there's no way. He said, let's do a test. What was the last nice thing you did? And I said, well, I did the dishes. He's like, why? Well, to be nice. He said, no, go deeper. Why did you really do the dishes? And I thought about it, and I was like, oh, it was to avoid conflict. It was to try and manipulate someone else's behavior by being so nice they couldn't be mad back at me. And I've got a confession, you guys. Hi, I'm Curtis. I'm a recovering nice guy. Thank you for letting me get that out. If we look at the motivation behind nice versus kind, nice's number one motivation is it sees conflict and it goes straight to avoidance. It says if there's any chance of a difference of opinion, if there's any chance that you have a different idea, what I'm going to do is I'm going to be nice. I'm going to step back. I'm going to be nice, and whatever you say, you bet. I'm that doormat. Kind is alchemy. Not only does kind say, I'm going to see conflict and I know there's a resolution, but kind does something completely different. Nice says, I'm going to avoid this conflict. Kind says, I'm going to transform conflict into connection. Kind doesn't even seek for resolution first, it seeks for connection first. I'm going to transform conflict into connection. That's kindness. Kindness is all about connection. Seeing the humanity and divinity in others. That's what it's about. And I want to pause here because oftentimes when I bring up the idea of, hey, let's stop being nice, people immediately go, oh, that just gave me permission. I take this, I've been holding up this nice ball. It's a very heavy steel ball for years now, and I'm going to let that go, and what happens? It swings to the other side of the pendulum. And as you can see from the chart, the opposite of uncentered is still uncentered. But when we find that balance right in the middle, that's where we find kind. It's not nice. That's the counterfeit. It's not mean. That's the opposite. The virtue is kind. That's where we find the virtue, is in kindness. If we look at them side by side, and feel free to take a picture, it's a big list. If we look at them side by side, there's some massive differences between kind and nice. And remember how kind's number one motivation is to avoid conflict. The neuroscience behind nice and kind is fascinating. The neuroscience is so fascinating because kind produces oxytocin. It's the cuddle drug or the connection chemical. It literally connects us to others. The number one brain chemical that's excreted when we're nice is cortisol. It's the fear chemical. When we exhibit nice behavior, we're actually squirting cortisol into our brain saying, I'm afraid right now. Nice is not the virtue. Kindness is. And you'll notice here in the middle, this is how it does such a good job at overlapping. The overlap between kind and nice is that kind smiles and nice smiles. They're both polite, they're cooperative, affirming, they avoid anger, they're helpful, considerate, friendly, and warm. But one is authentic. One is what we're born with. The other is the counterfeit. The other says, I'm going to do all these things, but I'm not going to feel it inside. I'm going to act like this, but what's going to happen behind closed doors? Oh boy, that's when Mr. Passive Aggressive comes out. And all of a sudden we go from Mr. Nice Guy to Mr. Passive Aggressive because we didn't feel it inside. That's where nice counterfeits kind. And today I want to give you a model of how to get out of nice behavior and into true kindness. And this model starts, again, feel free to take a picture, but we're going to start with boundaries. The number one most important thing to remember is kind starts here. Kind starts in the heart of oneself. So in order to do that, we have to be able to set clear and appropriate boundaries. And I've shared this with thousands of people, including a group called the 8-Figure Club. They were highly successful entrepreneurs. They had a minimum of 8 figures in the bank. And I asked them, I said, how many of you can right now clearly articulate a healthy boundary? And crickets. Most people don't know how to create healthy boundaries. And you see, we're here in Utah, USA. That's not Utah, USA. If we decided that we're going to create a boundary for someone else named Canada, I'm pretty sure they wouldn't be happy about that. I'm pretty sure we might have a war on our hands. But boundaries can never be set for someone else. You can never set a boundary for someone else because boundaries use the words when and I. When I, let me share one of my boundaries. One of my boundaries is I will not engage in unhealthy conversations. I think Bishop Spiegel, was that something you shared from the stage, is I will not engage in unhealthy conversations because I'm going to be kind to me, but I'm also going to be kind to you. And so a boundary looks like this. When I'm in an unhealthy conversation or a damaging conversation, I will remove myself so I can get centered. An ultimatum or a threat uses the words if and you. If you yell at me, you have to get out of here. If you yell at me, you're on the couch. If you yell at me, I'm going to go on social media and I'm going to flame you. That's an ultimatum. That's a threat. A boundary can only be set for self. That's it. Other things that ultimatums use, always and never, done and over, or anger. The beautiful thing about kind is that kind is always safe. Nice, you have to change every time you meet someone new. Every time you meet someone new, you have to learn how to placate them and create that environment that they feel satiated versus what's truly inside of you. So the first step is understanding your boundaries. The second step is listening and validating. And you guys, when that panel was up here on stage, did you feel how beautiful they had listened to each other? They had validated each other. I mean, where's the rabbi? Where is he? There he is. He's back here, hanging out with Dallin H., reading scriptures. I mean, that's what we're talking about right here, is listening and validating and truly getting to a heart connection. It's not enough to just do, it's the connection that's important. So the second one is to listen and validate. See them, look in their eyes, hear what's in their heart. Stephen Covey said, most people don't listen to understand, they listen to respond. It's time to listen to understand. Truly sit with someone in a place where you can see their heart. That's kindness. That's when we become kindness. The third is to invite. And there's 3 parts to the invite. So when you see a destructive behavior in someone, what does nice do? Nice is like, oh, not touching that. Oh, gonna back off and good luck. Hope you're okay. All right, I'm gonna smile at you though. Hey, looking great, way to go. All right, that's nice. Kind invites. It doesn't force, it doesn't coerce, it doesn't manipulate, it invites. And there's 3 parts. The first part is to invite into the conversation. And as part of what we do with Counterfeit Emotions, we help people heal. We help people work through trauma. We help people find peace. And one of the ways that we do that is a program with pornography recovery. And we just started a new cohort last week. 5 days in, one of the guys called and he said, hey, this just isn't for me. I'm going to drop out. And I was nice. And I'm like, thank you for sharing that. But I remembered, I'm not a nice guy anymore. I'm Curtis. I'm not a nice guy anymore. I'm kind. So I called him back. And I said, would it be okay if we had a conversation about this? And he said yes, which meant the first wall went down. And then I went to step 2 and I said, could I give you some feedback? That I believe by doing this, you are going to have a complete transformation in your life. And here's why. And then I went to the 3rd step, and I invited him back to the program. I invited him back, and last night, he showed up. And afterwards, he sent this text. He said, thank you so much. Very simple. But he just said, thank you so much. And last night, he started to change. Last night, he made major transformation in his life. Nice would have never gone there. Nice would have said, oh, it's okay. Thanks for playing. Kind says, I care enough about you to have the hard conversations that when I see something destructive in your life, I am going to invite you into a place of growth. I'm going to invite you into a place of health and healing. And that's our 3rd step. Our 4th step is to surrender. And for all the guys in the room, I know you're probably bristling right now. That the word surrender is a nasty word, that it means waving the white flag, giving up, throwing in the towel. No, that's not what it means at all. In fact, surrender has a counterfeit called resignation. That's what that is. Surrender says, I'm going to do my best. I'm going to do all I can, do my best, and then I'm going to give God the rest. That's surrender. I'm going to invite, and whether or not you take that invitation is up to you. But I am going to do my part, and I'm going to invite you into that place of health and safety. And then the last step is repeat or release. If that gentleman that I invited back to the program, if he said no, then it's my job to say, okay, do I repeat this invitation or do I release it? Again, in a state of surrender. That's where kindness lives. Kindness lives in a state of surrender. And so let's look at some of these examples to really illustrate the difference between nice and kind. Here's one. Anybody? What does nice do in this situation? Says nothing, because I don't want to embarrass you. I don't want to embarrass you. So instead, I'm going to let you be embarrassed by the 10 other people at our table, and we're just going to go from there. Well, what about the zipper? Oh, you guys, here's some vulnerability for you. I spoke at the Silicon Slope Summit. And as you can tell, I walk around, I wave my hands, I do this, and the applause, and I walked off the stage, and the organizer was right there, and I walked off the stage, and I looked down, and the barn doors were open. I just spent an hour with CEOs, and the barn doors were open, and the organizer goes, oh yeah, I saw that before you went up, but I didn't want to embarrass you. Very nice of him. Very, very nice of him. Not kind. It was not kind at all. And an even deeper example is not only do I love to talk about emotions and healing and finding peace, but I love to run. And I was on a run. I do running clinics. And I was on a run with a friend, and I was teaching her the basics of running, the footfall, the arm swing, the angle, the cadence. And we were running along, and we had the conversation about kind versus nice. And coming the other way was Andrew. This is not actually him. This is AI. But he looked very similar to this. He was a very, very hefty man, and he ran like the Jolly Green Giant. You know, or no, Jack and the Beanstalk. You know the giant that goes back and forth? He's like, and we were learning proper running form, right? And I looked over, and my friend goes, so, gonna be nice or gonna be kind? And I'm like, okay, here we go. It's time for the rubber to hit the road. He was running towards us, and he was wearing this half marathon shirt that I had worn. I'm like, how did this guy do 13 miles this way? I thought his kneecaps were just going to explode, and we were going to be hit with patella shrapnel. Like, it was just looked so painful. And I stopped him, and I did the pattern. I invited. I said, hey, I noticed you're doing that marathon. I did that one. And he went to his knees, and he's like, I could see it on his face. He's like, thank you. Thank you for stopping me. And I said, I got to get to know him. I was listening and validating, hearing his story. And then I went, actually, I was just about to say, hey, I do running clinics. Would you like to learn the dynamics of running? But Joy, my friend, she's like, hey, listen, he does these clinics. You want one? She totally stole my thunder. And he looks up from his bent over position, and he goes, you would do that for me? And I said, sure. We can do a little mini clinic right here, 10 to 15 minutes. And he was so grateful. He was so grateful. He's like, no one ever told me there was a proper way to run. I just thought you put one foot in front of the other. And he had tears in his eyes when he left, because he said, I am always injured and it hurts so bad to run. Thank you so much for stopping me to share this. That's kind. That's kind. What would Nice have done in that situation? If I was Nice on the trail and I saw him coming the other way and I had the ability to help him, what would Nice have done? It would have been something like this. Hey, looking good. Oh, way to go. Keep it up. Half marathon. Yeah. Instead, kind said, I care enough about you that I'm going to spend time with you in healing. That's what kind said. We've got some things that nice sound like, and we'll zip through these quickly. This is nice. Oh, bless her heart. What does that really mean? Oh, you're so dumb. Oh, bless her heart. What about this one? I don't want to make you feel. Notice the word feel. I don't want you to feel. Wow, I don't want you to feel. It doesn't matter what comes after that. That's nice. That's not kind. It's disconnecting. How about no, thank you? How many of us say this? I believe we've lost the ability to say you're welcome in our culture. We've lost the ability to say you're welcome. We should get together sometime. Call me. I don't do this anymore. If someone says that to me, I pull out my phone and say, when? Let's put it on the calendar right now. This is what kind sounds like. Kind sounds like, oh, that's really hard. I want to connect with you. I want to connect with your heart. Tell me more. This is what kind sounds like. I can see how you're affected by that. This is kind. Although I can't understand exactly what you're feeling at this moment, I really want to. Can I sit with you and hear what's in your heart? This is kind. This is kind. If you'd like to find out your own nice type, you can take this fun poll. can take this survey. You can find out how nice are you and what version of nice are you. Are you the placater, the yes man, the doormat? Which version are you? The obligated? This is a fun survey you're welcome to take. That leads us to what we talked about at the beginning. Not just showing kindness, but becoming kindness. Kindness leans in. Nice leans out. It does it with a smile, but nice leans out. Kindness leans in. It leans into hard conversations. It leans into the uncomfortable. It leans into love. It leans into trust. It leans into faith and confidence, truth and hope. And the last one, kindness leans into connection. Even if it's hard, even if there may be conflict, even if you don't agree, kind still leans in and says, I want to connect. And I'll leave you with this invitation. We become kindness when we see the humanity and divinity of others. My invitation to you is to slow down, let go, and start seeing the humanity and divinity in others. Thank you.
We're so glad you are not a nice guy. I'd like to introduce our next speaker, if I may. It was once said that educating the mind without educating the heart is no education at all, which is why I'm so glad I have a chance to introduce our next speaker, the president of the University of Utah, Taylor Randall. I think it's interesting. I have a chance to work very closely with him, and I know that the great Natalie Gochner mentioned a few minutes ago about the love statue that's here on campus. I noticed you can see it from this stage. President Randall, I see Jonathan Friedman, helped us get this statue here on campus, which is iconic, and it represents a lot of what's happening. But what's unique about President Randall is not is he just smart, he does lead with his mind, but he also has an exceptional heart. And we know that on campus, and we have seen that in action with the changes that have been made here, and we're grateful for his leadership as well. And I would appreciate it if you can please welcome to the stage President Taylor Randall.
Thank you, Jason. My gosh, what a thrill it is for me to be here in front of all of you today. And I know we've got lunch coming up, but so thanks for listening in the midst of all of your hunger. First off, as I was looking at the program today, I realized that there are a whole bunch of elementary schools that have adopted this notion of being a kindness elementary school. Are any of you here today from Orem, Park Ridge, Ascend Academy, Hill, Field Elementary, or Howard R. Driggs? Anybody here today? Well, I just wanted to say, where are you from? Hillfield. Congratulations. That's where this should all start. And not to put down Hillfield, but I'm a Driggs dragon, so I was hoping somebody from Howard R. Driggs was here today. But anyway, I actually think that is absolutely spectacular. I want to tell you a story about Joyce Thorsten. Joyce worked at the University of Utah. When my father was the department chair one afternoon on a Saturday, when I was about 13, he said, I would like you to come with me to Joyce Thorsten's house. And we went to Joyce Thorsten's house, and he had me rake leaves in her yard. And I remember grumbling the whole time I was raking the leaves, and I asked, Dad, why are we here at Joyce's house raking leaves? I thought that she worked for you. And my dad said, Taylor, Joyce is the kindest person on the campus of the University of Utah. And I always feel an obligation to return that because she is so kind. And Joyce walked out, having made some cookies, and thanked me for 15 minutes about all the grumbling I had done just to rake her leaves. I then became the dean of the business school at the University of Utah, and I got to do alumni visits. And every time I went and asked, well, what was the best part of the University of Utah? They didn't say, I loved my business calculus class. I'm still using the statistics that you taught me. They said, there was this woman, Joyce Thorsten, who always helped. And in fact, the most impactful story came from a gentleman by the name of Pierre Lassonde, who has given $50 million to this University of Utah, when he said, I came as a French-speaking Canadian in a small Volkswagen Bug with a wife who was going to get a PhD. I did not speak English. I had no idea how I was going to get a job in the United States. And Joyce Thorsten made sure I had a job every single semester. I would not have survived because I had a young daughter at the time. I soon had a young son. I would not have survived if it weren't for Joyce Thorsten. Fast forward several years later, my first job was at the student services desk of the University of Utah as I was going through. I was in charge of handing out people's transcripts. And to be quite honest, my job was basically to say no to people. And I realized after a whole week, right, that when people came up and I would have to read the script and I would have to say, well, I'm sorry, that's going to take a week to get your transcripts. I realize that the deadline for graduate school is today at 5 o'clock, but you're just going to have to wait till next year. And of course, tears would emerge and things would happen. And I realized, well, I am the opposite of Joyce Thorsten. And I began to kind of think, how is it, how was it that she somehow had developed in the midst of, and we all operate them, bureaucracies and rules, she had actually managed to transcend all of that. And so I literally have spent most of my career here at the University of Utah trying to figure out how you become Joyce Thorsten. And I am grateful for initiatives like One Kind Act a Day, because those are the types of things that we can point to that actually set a tone, that allow individuals to actually fundamentally change who they are and realize, hey, I'm not here for the rules, I'm not here for the bureaucracy, I'm actually here to develop human beings and make them better. So I did a little bit of study to try to figure out what is the recipe, what is society's recipe? How do we actually convey this to students? How do we speak to the heart and not just the mind? Here are the 3 regularities that come up actually in the research. Number 1, we have to develop a collective awareness of others and not just ourselves. And if I think about it, somehow, some way, Joyce Thorsten was always focused on whoever showed up at her desk. The second was that it's not grand gestures, but small gestures that actually make this whole thing work. So it's opening the door for someone. It's when a student shows up at your desk with a major problem, stopping the paperwork and saying, you know what, I can get you a transcript today. And I can get you into graduate school today. And then the third is that those loops are all reinforced with Joyce Thorsten's cookies of gratitude. You walk out and you say thank you. You realize what everybody has done for you. Now I'm going to invite my daughter Lily up here. Lily wants me to say one thing before I introduce her. Lily wants me to say that she is the favorite child, and I'm not going to say if I'm telling the truth or not, but today she is the favorite child. We have started on campus an incredible incredible student chapter of One Kind Act a Day. And I want her to tell you how we're trying to implement this effort on our campus, one student at a time. Lily, it's all yours.
Thanks, Dad. Like my dad said, my name is Lily Randall. I'm a junior at the University of Utah, and I'm studying health, society, and policy. My dad is a great storyteller, and I also wanted to tell a couple of stories today. But first, I want you to understand how this can relate to you too. So take a moment to think about a time in your life when you have felt lonely, or when you felt attacked, maybe defensive or embarrassed. It's not hard to think about these times because they're part of the human experience, and at some point we all feel these things. For me, a time that comes to mind was my 14th birthday. During my middle school years, I had some health challenges that kept me home, and as a result, I did not have very many friends at all. So when I woke up on my 14th birthday, the only plans I had for the day were to go to a birthday party for the most popular girl in school that the whole grade had been invited to, and I'm pretty sure she didn't even know my name. As a 14-year-old who just wanted friends, this was a hard reality. And I spent probably most of the day moping around. My mom offered plenty of fun activities to try and cheer me up. I declined all of them. But finally, by the afternoon, when I was still sitting on the couch wallowing in self-pity, my mom said, "Lily, get your shoes on. We're going to get out of the house." So we started driving, and I didn't know where we were going, but it soon became apparent to me that we were headed to a rundown apartment building in downtown Salt Lake where a refugee family that we had befriended lived. When we pulled into the parking lot, my mom looked at me and she said, "For your birthday, we're going to take them to get ice cream." And the thought in my 14-year-old mind was, it's my birthday, someone should probably be taking me to get ice cream. But I thought better than to say that and just went along with it. As we sat in Baskin-Robbins having ice cream with them, it brought a smile to my face to see the smiles on their faces, and I felt genuine joy seeing how happy this experience made them. This was probably my most memorable and one of my favorite birthday memories because of a lesson that I learned. I learned that connection and kindness go hand in hand. If you want to feel connected to people, you should probably start by being kind. And if you want more opportunities to share kindness and service, look no further than the people in your life that you connect with. Well, fast forward to a little over a year ago, and I transferred to the University of Utah. I was super excited to be a Ute and had a lot of anticipation for my classes, but that first week I realized that campus was a lot bigger and there were a lot of people, and I only knew 2 people on campus, and one of them was my dad. So I became super nervous as I tried to connect with people, and I started to turn inwards towards myself and back away from the people around me. I wasn't reaching out as much, trying to get to know people, and I realized that needed to change. So I remembered the lesson that I learned from my 14th birthday, that if I wanted to connect with people, I should share kindness, and I looked for service opportunities. That's when I found One Kind Act a Day, and I was able to go to the JJYS in Farmington and participate in a service activity there. As I learned more about the mission and the message of intentionally sharing just one simple act of kindness every day, I realized I really needed this, but my peers probably all really needed this, and I think the whole world needs it. So we decided to start the Kindness Club here at the University of Utah. This was definitely outside of my comfort zone. It wasn't super comfortable for me to reach out as we tabled at different Get Involved fairs and spread flyers all over campus. But while trying to recruit people to join my club, I realized that the most effective way to get people who actually wanted to participate was to just share an act of kindness with them. I just wanted to share one example. This past semester, I took a chemistry lab, and the first day that I walked into the chemistry lab, my TA, who ran the lab, said a comment that kind of rubbed me the wrong way, and I'm embarrassed to admit that I decided right then and there that I didn't really like him very much. But the second day of the lab, he was walking around, kind of hovering over our shoulders while we were doing our work, and I was like, why are you watching us do all of this? But I had a thought that instead of getting annoyed, I should ask him where he was from. I found out that he was from Australia. He told me about his family, about his dog, his travel plans. We had a really great conversation. And at the end, I decided I wanted to invite him to the Kindness Club meeting later that week. He came to that meeting, and he's come to every single club meeting since. He's a really kind person, and I now consider him one of my friends. This Kindness Club has become important to me because while we do participate in service activities, a lot of it is just on turning our minds to the small things that we can do for the people around us. In February, we had a licensed clinical social worker come and speak to us about how we can communicate in kindness in our everyday relationships and how listening can help us feel seen and heard. We've had an interfaith panel on campus. We've been able to watch the Breaking Chains documentary. Most importantly, I think we've been able to become friends and build a kind connection with each other. This is what I've done to try and spread kindness in my community, but I hope that you each can think of your own community. Maybe it's your family, maybe it's your friends, maybe it's your business, your employees or colleagues. But I hope that you can think about the simple acts of kindness that you can do in your communities and that you can start to put more kindness in action. Thank you.
Well, now I'm a proud dad. That is for sure. Yeah. Let me just say, we believe here at the University of Utah that we're here not just to develop minds, but also to develop souls. And one of those fundamental characteristics that we believe we owe society is to teach people how to be kind. And again, what we're hoping is that we make them aware. It's the reason we bought the love statue. Right, is that you would be aware of what some of the fundamental values of this campus are. We are trying through many of our programs, like this one, to make sure that individuals are aware that kindness should be a part of your everyday life. When we have things like, and by the way, I can't figure this one out, our Act of Kindness Day is April 1st. You can criticize me, because literally somebody came up and did something nice for me that day, and I was like, is this a joke? I cannot. So I think the perverse logic there is that those that are really unkind, that day can have an excuse, and it might trick them into some permanent behavior change. That's all I'm going to say. But we do then encourage small acts of kindness, and then finally, I just want to thank all of you. We owe a debt of gratitude to our community, Cause, for you, Mason, for making this all happen. We owe a debt of gratitude as educators to our community, because it really does take all of you to make this university function in the way that we all want, to build a kind and loving society. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, President Randall and Lily. We're so fortunate to have him leading this great institution. Are we getting hungry? Yeah, about ready? All right, well, before we go for the lunch, just a couple of things. This is going to be not just normal lunch, this is going to be an experience. It's a chance we're going to get to know each other a little better. And after I ask you to go get your lunch, you'll come back. Can you see some red envelopes at your tables? Does everyone have one of those? Have you already been peeking into those a little bit? I see maybe that might have happened just a little bit. When you get back with your food, we'd love for you to open up those envelopes and to take just a minute to read through some of the questions that are in there, get to know each other even a little better, even more than you might know already. Share some of your ideas, and let's talk about what we've heard so far. Somewhere around 12:45, I'll come stand up here, and we'd like to hear from a couple of you as some insightful part of your kind conversation that you have here. And in this particular group, I can only imagine what kind of elevated conversation we'll have. So about 12:45, I'll come back up. And I don't know, unless Mason has some special kind of way we get to lunch, let's just see what happens, all right? Let's get in line and get our food and then come back to our table, okay? Let's have it. Enjoy lunch.
Each of us in prison has hurt people. When When you harm another person, you damage your own soul in equal measure. That damage causes a ripple effect, spreading pain, hurt, and despair. Too often, prison is a place where the same behavior that brought us here is perpetuated and exacerbated, creating an environment of anger and hopelessness. Is there a better way? A single act of kindness can change all this. Kindness reactivates the humanity in each of us, empowering us to make new choices, starting a different kind of ripple effect, one of healing and joy. This change can start inside the prison walls.
So the first moments I was in the class, the original teacher expounded that kindness is actually our first nature. And I realized that, and as I started processing that, various different ways it just grew and took on an organic nature just in that 1 minute. It was like the Matrix. But I was like, wow, man, you know something? No one has ever said, if you ask anybody that knows me, I've been around 40 years, and people will say a lot of things about me. Man, that guy is this, or that guy is this, or that guy is this. Nobody would ever say that Reginald's kind. Reginald's a kind guy. I thought, you know something? That is what I'm going to do. From now on, the first thing I want people to say, oh, I know that guy, Reginald. He's kind.
When we're nice, when we're not mean to people, that can be seen as a weakness, and people have tended to prey on that. I was out getting ice, and I looked over and I seen a guy walking out of my cell with a TV, and I looked at the picture on the TV and I thought, that guy's got my TV. I thought, what in the world is going on? And as I'm walking back to my cell, I thought, all right, this can go one of two ways. I can go and respond my old way. I can put a lock on a shoestring and I can go beat the brakes off this guy. That's an option. I just took a breath. I went in my cell, kind of sat down, took a couple breaths, relaxed for a second. And I thought, you know what? It's a TV. No one needs to get hurt over this. I said, what's going on with you? He says, what do you mean? And I says, well, you took my TV. I did? I says, well, yeah, you took my TV. What's going on with you that took it? He says, well, my TV's missing. And I didn't want to not have a TV, so I just found a TV. I said, okay. And I kind of chuckled, and I says, why'd you take mine? He says, to be honest with you, I didn't even know it was yours, and I'm really sorry that I took your TV. And he kind of gets a little choked up, and he's just apologizing. I says, it's all right. Thanks for having a conversation. Thanks for talking to me. Thanks for trying to understand what's going on. And other people are realizing that there just might be a different way to do things than we're taught, than what we learn over here by the environment that we're in. Maybe there's another way to do things. Maybe it's not always about just hurting someone first. Maybe we can start with understanding.
Too often in life, I've done it a lot where something negative happens to me and then I just ruminate on it all day, and I go home and I tell my wife, and we focus on those negative things that happen. And I don't think we do that enough with the positive things that happen. If something positive or something kind happens to us, too often, instead of helping it live on, we just move on. So one of the initiatives we have is we have these coins, kindness coins we call them. And the purpose of the kindness coins is to take a minute to stop, celebrate, and recognize kind things happening around you. And so we give the coins out and we use them in our programs in businesses and schools and all over the place. And what you do is you have the coin and you carry it with you, so you feel it in your pocket and you know you're on the lookout for kind things happening. And when you see something happen or someone does something kind for you, you take a minute and you stop, recognize, and celebrate it. You give them the coin, you say, what you did was very kind, I appreciate that. I just want to, thank you for that and give you this kindness coin. Now the coin is not yours to keep, it's yours to give away. It was never mine to keep, it was always mine to give away. And they pass on and people can scan a QR code on the back and share stories and we can see where they've traveled. I was talking earlier and we've seen them as far as South Korea. We're down in South America, people have passed these coins on. And it's a really fun way to spread it. When we were first talking here with the Utah State Prison about the program and what we could do in the classes, we brought up the coins and how we thought that'd be a good thing for the inmates and students we have here to pass around. The idea got shut down because the coins we have are metal, and we tried to figure out what we could do. Should we make them out of wood? Should we make them out of plastic? Or what could we do instead? And it gave birth to the Being Kind cards we have.
The kindness cards are more than just a card. They're an acknowledgement and celebration of what some other person is seeing you doing.
And they carry the cards with them, and whenever they see an act of kindness happening or someone does something kind for them, they write their name on the back and then the name of the person they're giving it to. And they take a minute and they stop, recognize, and celebrate. So they've got the cards, they celebrate a moment, and they share the card with somebody else.
So the kindness cards are the same as the concept of kindness, but they're in a paper form. The kindness cards are a way for us to celebrate when we see someone doing something kind.
You get a lot of thank yous and appreciations, but to receive the card, like I said, it goes back to, it's like I got the card and I'm like, that's really cool. Like someone took the time to write my name on it, write their name on it, and come find me and say, hey, like I appreciate what you did. So thank yous are great, but the card was just, again, like another step, where it's like, it was almost kind of like a prize, like, I got this. Like I did something enough to where someone thought enough to do it for me. And so the immediate emotion was just kind of like a surprise and like, this is really cool. And that was really kind. It's a higher level of acknowledgement of like, you are appreciated.
The first one I ever received was from somebody named Laurie Homer. And she gave me a kindness card because she had spilled candy on the floor and I swept it up for her. And that was the first kindness card that I ever received. And I still have that kindness card actually. And she also wrote a little letter next to it saying, I caught you being kind. Thank you so much for cleaning up my mess. And I still have that as well. That really, like, I didn't really get to know her very well, but that kindness card made a whole difference. And, it brought joy to my life, and I was able to really reach out and be kind to others after that. Like that encouraged me to be kind.
Research shows that even observing an act of kindness helps your body feel happier and healthier and helps you be more kinder. So it's an important thing for the people you surround yourself with. You should surround yourself with kind people so you see more of it.
Kindness, when it's expressed, feels good. We know that acts of kindness stimulate neurotransmitters that are feel-good neurotransmitters. Probably the most important are dopamine and oxytocin. Anytime that you do an act of kindness, we know that there's a burst of oxytocin that happens. Kindness is a little bit like the marketing that was done for Lay's potato chips. There's an intrinsic thing that happens that feels so good, you just can't do just one. You've got to do more.
And every one of us, regardless of wherever we are in the office, we are in correctional facility, we are in hospital, we are in school, wherever we are, whenever we practice that kindness, it has a magic that it propagates and makes everybody feel better and makes the person who gives kindness, he receives the most in this case. So One Kind Act today just came to me as a program that we promote something that we all have in our heart and we are born with, and that's kindness. And that empowerment, that if we can promote that and give that empowerment back to the people that they are in those situations, that is the good that comes of it is limitless.
My son was dealing with some difficulties in school, and I wanted him to be like, look, like I'm trying to do things different. You know what I mean? It's all right to be kind. It's all right to be nice. You know what I mean? And in order for me to teach my son that, I got to lead by example.
And when someone who's been receiving cards receives at least 10 cards, they take them and they turn them into us with an address of someone in the community they can contact. And we take the address and we write a form letter, and we send that form letter along with one of our kindness coins that we have in a little shadow box. And we send that to the family, mentor, friend, whoever, and say so-and-so has been recognized for being kind by their peers, and we want to commemorate that and the steps that they're making, and we send that to someone in the community.
So the first time I got 10 cards, they said that I could give it to them, and they're gonna send a letter and a token to whoever I wanted. But at the time when he got it, man, he thought it was the coolest thing. And my wife reads the letter to my son, and it's saying that I'm leading by example in prison. You know what I mean? I'm doing kind acts. Man, my son thought that was so cool. He has this little token of one kind act, and he carries it around with him everywhere.
So Pate has been involved in the Kindness Matters class. And then just by me giving him kindness cards, expressing kindness to him, that helped me see the other ones in a different way. That, oh, they're expressing kindness amongst each other. Oh, they got some kindness things happening that I had not been seeing because I hadn't been looking, because the only thing I was thinking about, oh man, these guys, just their whole existence is to bring collateral damage to my life. And that wasn't the way it is at all.
Man, I've been doing things wrong my whole life. I've never had to be responsible or accountable for my actions. Like my son, he humbles me. He makes me want to be the man I've always wanted to be, the dad that he deserves.
If kindness has this potential inside prison walls, empowering hardened criminals to transform their lives, what impact will it have on the community?
I heard the story from one of the women, and she said, my daughter brought in the coin for show and tell to her school and said, I just got this from my mom. She's in prison, but she's been recognized as being kind. And she said it was really meaningful to me because when my mom is home, she's not very nice, and sometimes she does drugs, and she's got struggles, but she's making these changes, and she's been recognized by people around her for being kind. And we got this coin, and I can see these steps my mom was taking, and she was proud of her mom, and took a minute to explain that to all of her classmates about what was going on, and just these beautiful experiences people have been having with this, these ripple effects that aren't just happening here in the prison, but going out into the community with the families and with their mentors and friends.
I think that when my kids are seeing that their mom is being kind in a place so dark, I think that helps them to be kind to their friends at school. It helps them to be kind to each other at home. And I think that it has really inspired them and inspired my mom to even be nice to people at work, because if I can do it in prison, then they should be able to do it where they are.
It doesn't have to be complicated. Kindness is an attitude. It's the power that you practice. And I truly believe that we all walk with that. It's innate, it's inside all of us. And I think I go back again to the reality that kindness is something that it breaks barriers, it opens doors. And then it is something that makes not only the receivers feel good, but the giver as well. That's what I'm talking about.
I mean, you can never really go wrong with being kind. It doesn't hurt anything to be kind. And I mean, I feel like with myself, being kind to people allows people to know that they can come to me for things. And when I've been kind to people, typically they're kind back.
So often the competitive world we're in it's unusual for someone to go really out of their way to be kind. Now, it happens all the time if we're looking for it. And sometimes it's restricted to certain people. That is, I'll be kind to these people, but not to these people over here. Real kindness sees value in every person. And now, instead of people coming and preying on me for being kind to that kid, they're coming to me and saying, hey, I want to do that too. Can you show me how? I want to be kinder. I don't want to be violent. I don't want to hurt people. And I'm having this disagreement. How did you do what you did? So I can do the same. It's a snowball effect. It really is a snowball effect.
Kindness is the hero's journey. It is absolutely the hero's journey because you start out not knowing anything. But when we get to the kindness matters and we start injecting that mindset and that skill set of kindness, then at that point we learn and we start doing things that really matter to us, the things that matter most, like being kind to others regardless of what the outcome is.
I would be doing an injustice to the individuals that I kick it with and to my community if I didn't step up and help these individuals want better for themselves, you know? Teaching them that it's okay to do things differently. Go to programming, you know? Get an education and be kind.
Kindness has the power to change the world, and it can start with just one kind act a day.
When we came here and just really did the kickoff and talked to these young people, we talked about this project is going to focus on the positives. And they stood back and said, this is the first time anybody's taken the time to really notice the positives in us.
We come in for a period of 30 days. We have a curriculum that we have developed to teach the kids about how to be kind. A lot of it is geared towards empowering the kids on how they can build a kinder community where they're at.
We started with just talking about like what was inspiring to them and what they felt like made them feel hopeful.
And we kind of noticed a common theme throughout, this idea of kind of like transformation and like this journey. And they really liked the idea of there being like a darkness to light motif.
All the concepts in the mural were from the kids and from their experiences and things they wanted to see. And I don't think we can stress that enough, how much they contributed to this. So.
And so when they were starting to put paint on the wall, that's when it's like, I want to be involved. The staff were in there too, because they want to have some involvement and they want to be right there. Naturally, they want to be right there with the kids. By the time we're putting paint on the wall, I think there's a realization that this is bigger than just me, right? This is something that's big. It's a big deal.
This painting was bigger than just themselves.
And the mural has a story where on one side it's dark, it's nighttime. There was hope just starting to break through, and then suddenly as they move across with the mural, the sun comes out and they're part of a community. It's just a fabulous mural. It's a fabulous experience. It's life-changing.
And I guarantee these kids are going to remember this forever.
When we look out for others and we learn how to be kind, we feel good inside. And I think I could see that in the kids today. It really just goes to show that you can't just do one kind act a day. Every time you do something kind, you want more of that in your life. And that's one thing that I think is so amazing about the One Kind Act a Day initiative, is that it just promotes all of us to want to improve our circumstances and the circumstances of those around us.
I think kindness it's the small and simple things.
You know, kindness is also giving back to the community. Kindness is how we treat each other every day.
Kindness to me is love. It's recognizing our common humanity.
I knew that it was kindness that was a common denominator. We all have that, and we all innately carry that with us, and we are empowered by it, but we just have to practice it.
In this room, is there anyone that's willing to be just completely brave for the benefit of this entire group? And maybe just one thing that you may have learned. Is there a hand going up over here? I can't believe, a microphone will come to you. Are you coming right? Oh, come. Now that is right there, some, all right, just give a hand. What's your name? Helen.
Hey, our table came up with hosting a multi-religion talk, much like we did this morning, in bringing people of different backgrounds together and then taking it throughout the state and putting it on as a podcast so that everybody in the state stops othering and starts including people as part of the conversation, including the ones that are not like them. And as far as more kindness in politics, we'd like to see a more matriarchal society, for politics to be more inclusive with women, with Gen Z, and in everything else, and stop tolerating divisive language.
Thank you, Helen. You represented your table very well today. Did I see one or two more hands?
Yeah, right here.
Mayor Biskupski, you got something? Okay, well, I know you can figure that out. You want to come right up here for a second? You don't have to, but everyone should see you. Okay. Let's give a hand.
All right.
All right, there she is.
We'll do this from the floor. So we feel like we all need to know our neighbors better than we do. That we come and go from our homes and our automatic garage doors, and we drive in and we shut and we go in, and we just don't know each other. And so one of the things that's been happening in my neighborhood that we all thought was a good idea is every year we have some neighbors who block off part of a street and have everyone come over. They send out flyers, and there's music, and people bring food. But we also thought with that there should be a service project, and that while we're gathering together and breaking bread, we should do what we were doing here this morning, and that's have some sort of service project attached to getting to know one another. So hope that helps.
Thank you very much. Since the good former mayor is one of my neighbors, I can attest what a great neighbor she is also. How about one more? Okay, there's a microphone over here. Just give us your name too, if you don't mind, while you stand up.
Yeah, I'm Tony, and again, like the community, we have some educators here, a podcaster here, and so a lot of us agreed on that community idea, right? And are we supposed to share all of them?
Well, why don't you pick your favorite, all right? The most insightful one, which at your table might be all of them.
I like to share what she's doing in her school too, and this is kind of what my idea with the last question. What would you do with $1,000? And it goes coincide with what I threw out there. But getting people together and using that money for food brings people together. Yeah. So that's kind of like the lure, and you get these people together with food, and then you separate them as they get their food. They have to go to a different table, and they have to get to know each other. Yeah. Because as in this event, we all just sat at a random table and already got to know each other. But what if you had an activity that after you got your food, your assignment was to go to some other table and go get to know totally different random people. Yeah. And again, like that only not get you out there and get to know people more. But
that's such a good observation. Yeah. I have a sense you're pretty good at that.
Hey, you know, being a barber, I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah, I can tell that's true. Thank you for that. Give a hand for that table. Okay, it looks like we have one more.
I've got one more in this corner. Over here, to your right.
Oh, all right, in the corner. Is that Scott Howell? All right.
Maybe. It depends.
We'll see how this goes.
Our table talked about something, excuse me, that I think is really relevant to this conference. In Utah, as many of you know, we're going to have a detention center here, or a proposed detention center. We talked about kindness. What kind of kindness is that detention center going to bring to us, to our neighbors, our friends, to our country, to the world? So we thought with this group, we ought to think about having an interfaith, start there, and really let people know that that doesn't fit the values of the state of Utah. It's not some... And don't get me wrong, we don't want to do anything illegally. We support the law, but to bring that here in the state of Utah, in Salt Lake City, down the street, doesn't recognize our faith, and I don't care what faith you are. If you believe in Christian values, or you believe in Muslim, or whatever it is, that doesn't represent it. So we'd like this body to be that initiator of change and transformation. Thank you.
Scott. All right, Farzad, can't wait. I know we could probably hear you, but wait for a microphone if that's all right. Eat more pita bread is correct, and Papa Pita's is the best.
All right. Thank you, Jason. For me, it's to foster shelter animals from your neighborhood shelter. That's the ultimate act of kindness to the beautiful animals that are around you. I guess measuring kindness has to be a genuine act from the person, and it demonstrates how they behave daily, every day, every hour, every second. And how do you help choose kindness when it's inconvenient? By just being kind back. And how do you have hard conversations with kindness? By just being kind. That will just break all ice across all races and all people.
Thank you, Farzad. Let's give a hand for Farzad.
Thank you. I just wanted to say one more thing and thank Kaz and Ghazaleh for this incredible, incredible organization that they have created for all of us to remember what kindness means. And I know that knowing Kaz for many, many, many decades, he has been one of the kindest people I have ever met and have learned so much from him. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you all, and thank you for some participation and even what we did not hear from you, because there's one more assignment, if you don't mind. If you'll put that piece of paper that has what you wrote on it back in that red envelope, the One Kind Act a Day, folks, we'll collect that at the end, and they will use it for some of the materials that they use and maybe some direction going forward, maybe even for next year. But please just put that in there and we'll collect it at the end. Now, if you don't mind, I'd like to move to our next panel. I'd like to introduce them. We all know that there is power in community and there's power in bringing people together. In fact, that's one of the best ways to spread kindness. And this next segment speaks directly to the heart of our theme today, kindness in action. We are now going to be fortunate to hear from 5 people at the Utah State Correctional Facility who have graduated from the One Kind Act a Day's Kindness Matters class. In your program, you might see on this section right here where it says prison panel right there, there's a QR code. This panel is willing to take some questions. So if you have some questions for them, scan the code, submit a question, and they can answer that for you as well. We invite you to listen with the open heart and an open mind as we listen to this great group of individuals doing a lot of good. Please give a hand for our next panel.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the Utah State Correctional Facility. My name is Richard Pyatt. I'm very pleased and honored to be moderating this panel with some of the people who live here at this facility. We're happy to talk about kindness, and we recognize that this is a very unique and special opportunity, and we're all really excited. We've been kind of sitting here getting acquainted and talking about, life here in the facility and life on the outside as well. So we want to share some of the thoughts with some of the people that are here. And as a reminder, of course, take a look at the QR code and submit your questions as well. I'm going to start with on my far right here with Kimberly Bennett, who is going to introduce herself. I'm going to have each one of our people here introduce themselves and tell us why they took part in the Kindness Matters class. Kimberly, why did you join?
I joined because at that point in time, it was in 2024. There were a lot of different things being offered. However, this was a new initiative that they were doing along with like the peer support and stuff. And so it just looked like a really good opportunity to be a part of something that can bring change.
Okay. Aisha?
My name is Aisha Fernandez, and one of the reasons why I took the kindness class was, one, just to get out of the unit, and also just to get out of my comfort zone, just to try something different.
I'm Raquel Couch, and I actually took the kindness classes because when I had first come in, there wasn't actually a whole lot going on, and it was a very popular class, and so I needed to also get out of my unit. And however, once I started going there, I noticed that the class just brought so much empathy and things to people, and just so much awareness of like how just one act could make someone just feel a little bit better about themselves.
Okay, we're going to go to Mason now.
Mason Ohms. Yeah, Kindness Matters. I took the class because I was interested in how kindness could be brought into the prison with a lot of negativity that goes around. And so for me, it was just to understand how I could help others around there and spread the word and be kind to others.
So, Mason, let me start with you with this question. Tell us a little bit about the class. What's the format? How does it work?
The format is I believe it's an 8-week class. They set up to where we go in for an hour once a week, and we go through basically a dialogue of understanding what it means to be kind to others, understand different techniques of what it matters, like basically simply talk to each other about maybe opening the door, acknowledging others. It's just come to an understanding of what kindness is and how to be kind to others. The simple act, like I said, is whether it's holding a door open, acknowledging another individual, because in prison, not everybody acknowledges each other on the same level. And so to be able to understand by just saying hello, acknowledging, holding the door, maybe noticing if someone's having a bad day, and be able to notice that and help pick them up, just to be kind to them and give them something to stand on, to give them positivity.
And then Raquel, you hand out kindness cards if you notice something,
Yes.
some acts of kindness going on. How does that work? Have you handed out many cards?
I have actually. I think when I have been able to hand out cards to people who have been a listening ear, who have helped me out when I needed it most, who are even held the door open for me. And it really does bring so much joy to these people because they feel like they are contributing and they're being recognized.
Aisha, when you give someone a card, how many cards have you given out, and what's the reaction when you hand it out?
Oh boy, I've given out numerous cards, but you never know what one's going through, and when you give a card to somebody, just the smile it puts on one's face, or you can see how it brightens their day, or it just to see the smile and how happy it can make somebody who's going through it. That's what makes me happy, to see them, and so just being kind to one another it really helps.
Do you find that to be true also, Kimberly?
Oh yes, most definitely.
Oh, yeah. Yeah,
Yeah.
I do. So I've been with the kindness class since it started. I help facilitate it. So when I see people still doing it today, not just like, I haven't seen it like fizzle out how I've seen some classes totally fizzle out. So it's been really cool to see that. But what I've also got to see is how the kindness cards make the officers feel. Because I've seen these officers really like, it's just been a really cool, like, change that you've kind of created. It's like a totally different atmosphere that we've been able to create with these kindness cards between our peers and our officers.
Right.
You know, I know that they're talking about going to certain cards for just the officers, but I mean, I've seen officers having a really hard day, and I've offered a kindness card to somebody because they took the time out of what they were doing, even though they were really, really busy, and you could tell they were stressed, and they were having a really hard time with all the nagging and the need from everyone, you know, because they've got a lot on their shoulders. And to be able to say, hey, thank you for just taking the time to answer my question was something really profound for them. And it was really cool. And as for the cards for like other inmates, yeah, we love them. I don't know how many different times I've sent the cards to the foundation to have the coin sent out. And there's a coin and a piece of paper that talks about what we're doing with kindness in here that goes out to your family. And I have a large family, so they've all got at least 2, if not 3 or 4, and I have a little brother who's 9 who's like, I need you to keep getting these to me like right away.
So it sounds like
it's a huge thing.
Sounds like it's really making a difference. Mason, what's the reaction that you get? I mean, you're obviously a male, so you're in a little bit of a different living environment. A lot of negativity that you could face there.
There
Do you
is.
face disbelief when someone says, "What? You're handing me a card? What's this?"
It does. It brings them up. You know, like I've given several out to gentlemen where they're seeing, like the guy will come to someone like, hey man, could I get a noodle from you? Or I'm really hurting, I'm hungry. And so those guys like, oh, I only got 2 left, but I'll share one with you. And so I've given cards out for that. Like, hey, you know, you really brought that guy's spirit up. And that's what it means. Like bringing someone's spirit up when they're down, acknowledging that they're willing to work with each other. It's not just, you know, one person from it all. It's like a teamwork. We all work together. So when someone gets a card, it lightens them up. They get a smile and they're like, oh, excited. And they keep it and they cherish it because they know if they collect them, they can turn it in and get that coin. And it's something gratifying that you get. And so it means a lot to them. Even like she said, giving out to a CO that's having a rough day, or noticing like he actually looked at someone and helped them out a rough day, we give them out and they're like, wow, hey, thank you, you know, appreciate it. And it means a lot to them, and it continues on down the line. Like you see that payback happen. So it's a cool thing to see happen.
So is it sometimes difficult though, being an advocate for kindness at a correctional institution, or what?
It is.
So, I mean, because the negativity can be really strong sometimes here.
It can be. Sometimes people give me crap like, oh man, you're just going to sit and hold the door open for others, or you're really just giving that out. You know, what are you giving that card out for? You know, just to get something back. And it's not, to me, it's give something back. It's, if I can push positivity on someone else by being kind to them and doing it, I know that guy who I got to might be 1 and he's going to do it to 1 or 2. And so we compound on that. But yeah, it's in prison, right? People give you crap for doing certain things. If you're too nice, they're like, oh, what are you trying to do, man? Trying to get something from someone. Then that negativity is there. But by doing things positive over and over again, we can trump that negativity, turn it around.
Raquel, do you feel like this kindness matters course, the cards, that whole attitude that maybe it's bringing to your own life has changed you? Do you feel like it's made a difference that way?
Yeah, absolutely. I think that it just kind of has reminded me that people see some things that I actually probably don't see within myself sometimes. And even in the Kindness Matters class, they do tell you that one of the things is like you need to learn to be kinder to yourself. And so, and I think we just kind of get in the mix of things, and we just, you know, do day in and day out daily things. And even something as simple as holding the door or even smiling at somebody that I wouldn't think that would make a difference, that they saw that. And for them to give me a kindness card, or for me to be able to notice that in somebody else, it really does make that difference. And just bringing awareness to that, I think has been really great in this place.
And I just kind of want to point something out by a sort of a point that I want to make. We've talked about holding the door as an act of kindness. Trust me, there's a lot of doors out here.
Yes.
There's a lot of doors that need to be held.
And they're heavy.
They're heavy.
Aisha, talk a little bit about how maybe this has changed you.
Oh boy. I feel like this has really changed me. I'm a very shy person, but now I teach the kindness class, and that is a really big deal for me because it's made me come out of my comfort zone. And thanks to Kimberly because she has helped me do so. But it's just made me open my eyes to to be able to give those kindness cards to people and because you never know, like I said, you never know what one's going through, or just to say hello to somebody or ask them how they're doing,
Sure.
And because I had just lost my mom last month, and it's crazy how much kindness I got from other people, from other women. Just the kindness I got from them, and so just what I gave to them, they gave back to me.
Well, we appreciate you being here and stepping out of your shyness a little bit.
Yes.
Kimberly, can you help us kind of understand the concept of the kindness cards? What are they? We need to take a step back, I think.
So the concept of them is really, honestly, it's just to be able to go and say, hey, I witnessed you doing something kind, and it didn't, it didn't go unnoticed. Like, thank you so much for being this person that is stepping out and saying, I choose kindness over anything else,
So it's an acknowledgement. Is it something that you carry with you, or are you allowed to carry a stack of cards around?
Absolutely.
And hand them out?
Yep, you can. I don't think I've heard of any instances where it wasn't allowed. So as far as I know, yes, kindness cards are allowed in every area as far as I know. The only areas that maybe not would maybe be like UCI or something like that, where you have to.
What do they say? What do they say?
It says one kind act a day, and then on the other side it says this is presented to, and then you write the name to the person, and then and then you write the name of the person it's from.
Okay.
But
So it's an acknowledgement. It's just a way of acknowledging somebody for something that they did as well.
Absolutely.
Okay. Well, we're getting a few questions from the audience, so let's take a look and see what we can say. One of them says, "How are you able to respond with kindness in situations at the prison that are hostile or volatile, and how do other inmates react when they're confronted with the unexpected kindness?" We had addressed that second part a little bit, but Mesa, why don't you take it? It's you face volatile situations, unfortunately.
It takes
Kindness
people.
concept is, you feel like you're going out on a limb sometimes.
Yes and no. I mean, I've catch people doing rude things sometimes, and I'll acknowledge, like, hey, I don't think he deserves that. An instance for me was in the lunchroom. One of the guys was getting picked on, and he might have been, mentally challenged on some things or just having a rough day. But one of the guys were like taking his food, and I was like, hey man, that guy really needs that. Maybe you should just, give him his time and space so that you could see him, hunched over and maybe scared. And the guy was like, I didn't realize that, hey, thanks for bringing that awareness. And then one of the other guys like, what do you care about? And I says, because he's an inmate like us. If we don't care for each other, we're not going to have any unity. And so to me, it just makes sense to back that up and stop people, or not even stop them, just acknowledge it, that they're doing something that's not kind.
Mm-hmm. Raquel, what about on the female side? You notice some volatile situations, you extend kindness, do you use it to diffuse it? Do you shrink away from it? How do you balance that, that your attitude about kindness in those situations where maybe it's a little bit scary to extend yourself and say something or do something?
I personally believe that I'm the only one who actually gets to choose how I react, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so regardless of how they're acting, as long as I'm showing up and treating somebody with kindness, I feel like that is the only thing that I have control over in those moments. And so people are rude. Women, have emotions, and sometimes that can, get a little overbearing. However, as long as I can just continue to show up with who I am and try to diffuse the situation in whatever manner I can, that's showing them some grace and some kindness and some empathy, regardless, even if they don't accept that, as long as I can walk away from that feeling okay, I feel that's how I handle those things.
Okay. Aisha, same question to you.
Oh boy. Really, I try to just diffuse the situation, there are some mean girls, but really, you could either react to it or not react to it. So, I really don't feed into it, I just kill them with kindness.
So Kimberly, do you notice that there's maybe a ripple effect of the kindness if you extend it to someone that hasn't taken the class, that doesn't know anything about what you're doing? Does it kind of come back somehow, or does it
Absolutely.
spread?
I do believe that. And some of my favorite things about the kindness class is being able to witness this class after class after class. And when it first went through, when we first started doing this class, it was like a huge thing, and then it kind of started to die down. But I saw some of the hardest women, some of the roughest women come in and start doing this class. And actually it was really cool because, you know, you get all these women in one room and they get to talking and chatting. And I've got some of these harder characters that are, you know, usually max inmates saying, hey guys, quiet down. I want to hear what this person has to say. And they're doing it in a way where it's like not being rude, you know, they're like bringing awareness to the situation. And so it's been really cool to see the impact and the ripple effect in that way, because a lot of those women that I'd seen that were usually max inmates aren't max inmates anymore. They're doing something different with their time. They're actually going to school, or they've gotten into Davis Tech, or they've, you know, they're doing something different, which is really cool, because that's what we want from this. Not only do we want it to be like a ripple effect and to bring more kindness and awareness to being kind, but we want to change. We want to be better, you know? So and I've seen some amazing things with it.
So do you think this is made change in your own life already?
Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
this is something that you think is going to last?
I think that as long as we continue to keep, you know, the noise towards it, like if we're bringing awareness to it, then, I mean, it's like anything. If you don't use it, you lose it, kind of thing. So if we're not using it, I think that we can definitely lose that, and we can forget what it is to be kind. So the more that we bring awareness to this kindness, I think the more that this will continue to make that ripple effect.
Jason, do you feel like this has made a difference in your life already?
Absolutely. It's made me more aware of that, like I said, everybody else around me and out there, understanding that big picture, that what we do affects everybody else. And if we don't do a proper thing or a kind act to the person next to us, it's not going to continue down the line. And for me personally, it's not that I was ever mean. I just never, I think, looked beyond a certain, you know, reach. And so now as I look at every individual that's in here, yeah, we're probably in here for doing something wrong, but that doesn't define who we are.
Right.
And if we can help each other, build each other up through kindness and make that recognized as a group, and through this, it helps us build. And for me, it's personally made me a better person inside, to where I acknowledge everybody. I mean, we're all of value. We all deserve a second chance and have an ability to keep growing.
That's right. I got a comment from a person in our audience that says, I'm a volunteer yoga teacher at the correctional facility and recently received a kindness card from some of the people who are in the yoga program, and they all signed it, and now it's framed at my desk. So thank you for showing the kindness to the volunteers. It goes a long way. So, you know, there's
awesome.
another example of how it is making an effect on some of the people that volunteer and work out here. Kimberly, let you take this on. What is it that made you take accountability and want to do and be better?
Honestly, it's my kids. That's I want to be the woman that I should have been, and the woman that I was always born to be. That way, when they do decide to reach out and be a part of my life, or even just get to know who I am, I'm going to be somebody that they're proud of, and that they want in their life, like somebody worth being in their life. And I honestly, absolutely 100% believe that kindness has a lot to do with that. A lot of us are people who have been through some hard things, and we come from all kinds of different backgrounds, and we can choose to let that tear us down and become terrible people, or we can rise above that and understand that those were all learning experiences, and we can be better people. And we can show that kindness is, I mean, one of the things that we do teach in the kindness class is that kindness is actually more our first nature, not our second nature. Right. It is something that it's built within us. We're social creatures, and in order for us to thrive, we need social, kind environments, and we do our best when we're actually working together, you know. So
well, I think all of us all of us deserve to answer this question. So
Yes.
Aisha, what do you think?
I also want to do it for my children too. I feel like my children deserve it. Not only my children, but I deserve it too. I deserve that second chance at life. Yeah.
Well, we were talking, before this, before we went into the conference, that the family dynamic is probably
Right.
the most difficult
Right.
Yeah,
part
absolutely.
of your being. That's
Mhm.
the way you express, Raquel. Do you
Yeah.
you agree you're doing this partly because of your family?
Yes.
Absolutely, yes. I do everything for my family. I show up for them every day, and I want to be
Mhm.
better than I was yesterday. And I
Yes.
want to walk out of here a better person than I was than who I walked in as. And
Mhm.
not saying that I was, terrible out there or not kind out there, but I just want to be better than that.
Mhm.
And so, yes, I do everything for my family.
Yeah, Mason?
Absolutely. Yeah, family and also the community. What brought me here was in a kind act. And to turn that around and show that there's kindness, like that, it's the awareness that everybody else around us counts. It's not just
Mhm.
about us, it's about helping others out and being aware that they're there in front of us, that they have a face, they have a name, and recognize that to me is an important thing moving forward. Because that's what I want to strive to and live for and show my family that being kind, that no matter what's involved, if someone's being rude to you, it doesn't mean you have to be rude back. If you can be kind to them and show them, it goes a long way. And I see that within our units that we go. If I'm kind to someone that's being rude, they look back at you like, whoa, what's going on here? And that rubs off on them because people see like, well, that guy took that like crazy strides. So I want to be like him. And they ask like, well, how do you take this? And I'm like, it is what it is. It's just a grain of salt. But if I can take that and turn around and be kind and understand, that helps me inside as a person, but also shows to others around me that maybe this is a catchy thing. And it is, it's catching on and growing.
So you think you said earlier that you thought that you have a good reputation here. You get along with most of the people, as far as you know.
I don't feel like having enemies. No, I think I'm kind to everybody I see. The biggest thing I've learned is acknowledge them by name. Not just good morning. It's good morning, so and so. It shows that you are building a character with them, and also you acknowledge them, not just, hey, how are you doing? It's like, hey, good morning, Tom, or whatever it is, and in acknowledging them, holding the door up, saying, hey, I'm waiting for you to get through. I'm not in a hurry. It's crazy how far that can go, because some people are used to the door getting slammed in their face, or not saying good morning, and they're walking down the hall like this, and you're saying, hey, good morning. They're like, oh, hey, yeah, good morning. It brightens their days.
And then kind of extending that, person's asking, what will you do with kindness when you leave the facility here?
Huge. To me, it's now, not only do I recognize every individual that I live with and I'm around, to expand that when I walk out the door, to, in a weird way, go out of my way to make sure that what I do, my action, has a reaction in a positive way, which is good morning, here you go. Whether it's, at the store, hey, go ahead. I'm letting someone go, maybe picking something up off the ground that someone's dropped. I mean, everything that I do in here, I do the same thing, and it's a habit for me now. And so I want to carry that when I walk out these doors, and carry that and show people that it doesn't matter what happens, what hardships are in front of you. If you're kind, that brings a positivity and can go tenfold to where other people start to recognize it. And I want to be that leader for kindness and be recognized for that.
How about on this side? Can anyone want to take that one on? How is this going to extend?
Can you reiterate the question?
Yeah. How is this going to affect you and your relationships outside the prison?
Well, all my relationships outside the prison are the ones that I kind of have while I'm here too. So it's helped a lot. And it's the ripple effect, right? They want to know why and how this even came to be. My family is in Oregon, so that ripple effect it's reaching all the way to Oregon in grade schools and colleges and at my dad's work. All these things. So honestly, I think that just doing exactly what I'm doing in here and taking it out there and continuing to be aware of my actions and my tone of voice and my just in the ways that I am and the way I interact with people, because in the past I've been told, like, your tone, or you're this or you're that. So it's helped me have better relationships, not just in here, but out there. And that's with my family. I believe that the kindness class is a huge reason why, it's not the only reason, but it's a huge reason why I have better, like, actual relationships with my family, better conversations, better, I take the time to listen and actively listen instead of just waiting for them to stop talking so I can start talking, and it's also helped me be more in the moment. And that's, like I said, it's not the only reason why, but it helps me to be more in the moment and not in such a rush and ready to open and hold that door or wait for the person to pass by. So I think that just continuing what I'm learning here and applying here will be applied out there.
Raquel, one person's asking, do you think that kindness can be seen or taken as weakness in this environment? Why or why not?
Oh, that's a hard question. I think that people can see kindness as a weakness. However, I think that it's how you continue to show up after you're being kind. You can be kind and still hold boundaries. You can be kind and still say no. And so, yes, I think it can be seen as a weakness. However, it's just how you show up after that.
How about on the male side, Mason?
Absolutely. I mean, she hit it. Sometimes just being kind is listening. But yeah, it can be taken in a wrong context, where I've seen people, like, if I'm super kind, I find guys that come up and want, hey, can I have this? Hey, can I get that? And you have to set that boundary. It's like, unfortunately, no, not today, or I don't have it right now. And it depends on how you set that boundary. But yeah, people are like, oh, dude, you're putting on an act. And I'm like, no, you can ask the people on the out. My friends on the outs will say the same thing. This guy's always been kind and willing to do stuff. Now he's like beyond kind. I don't know what this place is doing to him. But and it is. I think it's that the fact that we live with each other every day, and it's not just individual. The fact that you get that chance to be kind. It's a choice, right? Whether or not you want to be kind or not, you can walk down the hallway and not say a word, and you're going to get that same thing back to you. And if you want something back, you have to give out, right? And pushing out kindness is pushing out positive energy. Mm-hmm. And so every time I'm kind to someone, I know I'm going to get that in return, and I don't get disrespect. I mean, some guys look at you differently, like, dude, whatever. Mm-hmm. But for the most part, everybody else back you up, and they notice how kind you're being, and they want to follow suit. They like that.
Well, it's kind of interesting is the concept of a kindness class in prison. I mean, you all probably know someone that probably could use the class because maybe they were brought up and their past doesn't include a lot of kindness. Maybe that's part of the reason they landed here. So in that light, someone's asking, do you feel like maybe in your own life, if someone had shown you consistent kindness, that your path may have been different, the path that led you to come here at all? Raquel, you want to take that on?
I think if I would have been kinder to myself, to be honest with you, because it that comes down to being able to ask for help and tell people that you need stuff, you know what I mean? And everybody in my life has been so amazing and shown up for me in every single way. And I could never be more grateful for that. But it really is just being kinder to myself. And I wish I would have been able to learn that earlier than now. But I've learned a lot in here, and I am kinder to myself. And so I'm able to do the things that I wasn't able to do when I first came in.
Aisha, do you feel like if you had looked at kindness a little bit differently from if you had received it, if you had been more kind to yourself, it would have made a difference?
I think I'm going to go with what Raquel said too. I think if I was more kinder to myself, I think things would have been a lot different. Because I was really harsh on myself out there, but being in the kindness class, I've learned how to be a lot more kinder to myself, because that's one of the things you learn in that class is that you have to be kind to yourself before you could be kind to anybody else.
Yes.
Kimberly, one person's asking, what's the most memorable act of kindness that you've seen here in prison? And how did that impact you? Do you have one?
So honestly, this was, I do talk about this in about every class because I'm still floored with it today. We have a lieutenant that's very by the book, very strict, very one way. And about a year ago, I saw him come in and give 3 women a kindness card. And I was just blown away because he's very much like, this is what happened. And he's very matter of fact. And he was, you just don't really get a word in edgewise half the time. And then I'd seen him go out of his way after his shift was over and he came in and he handed each one of these women a kindness card, letting them know that the work and the effort and the things that they were doing in that point in time was being noticed and appreciated. And so I was like, wow, if he can do it, we can do it. You know.
Mason, you have a memorable act of kindness that you can recall?
I've got a gentleman who I lived with just recently who makes kindness like seem like the smallest thing in the world. He literally will give you his shirt off your back, and I've seen him do it. Where one of this guys moved in next to him and didn't have a t-shirt to wear. He just had state clothes. And he's like, hey man, do you need a t-shirt? And the guy's like, well, yeah. And he's like, well, here, I got one right here. It's brand new. And he's like, well, you don't have to do that to me. He's like, no, man, you need a shirt. Like you want to wear one, just not wearing state whites. And this guy does the same thing with food. And he was my side bunkie for 8 months. And it's just how it is. And he noticed, he said to me, he's like, you're always kind to me and you're always willing to give me things. So I felt like I should repay that to someone else. And that's what I want to do. It's not about buying it. It's about giving it. So yeah, it's a huge moment.
Raquel, what is it? What's one thing that you want people on the outside to know about you and where you are right now?
Oh, that's a hard question. Just that I'm trying to show up every day for my family, and that I am striving to be better than like I said, than I was yesterday, and better than what I was when I came in. And I hope that I can show people the kindness and compassion that has been shown to me.
Aisha, you want to take that one on?
Oh, it's hard.
Yeah, that is a hard one. Oh boy. I'll skip on that one.
Okay, Kimberly.
Okay, can you restate?
Yeah, that was
hard to hear.
Just wondering what you think about what you want to communicate to the outside world.
Oh. That change is possible,
Yeah.
and that kindness is a huge part of it. That we all want that. I mean, I think that the majority, no matter who they are, really do want change. It's just a matter of finding that first baby step in going in that direction. And I think kindness is probably the best way to bridge that gap.
Yeah. I like that.
Mason, what would you like to communicate?
I would just say,
It's hard.
we're not defined by what brought us here. And I'm definitely not. I made a huge mistake, a drastic mistake. And through that, I'm learning more and more every day of how to be more kind and how to acknowledge and more. To me, it's mindfulness and awareness, right? It's given me the ability to see everyone out there, see everybody around me, and anything that I do affects everybody. That ripple effect is crazy. It continues on. And if I can slow down the ripple effect that I created, that's one kind of act a day to me. And that's be able to recognize and let the community and everybody out there know that I am changed, that I'm continually changing, and I continually strive to be a better man and a better person, to be able to get back out in the community and show them that I'm there for them, and be able to help and be able to see and notice everybody out there, because every one of us are human and we all need to be noticed.
I agree. Here's a question. There's a person that starts by saying, certainly there are incarcerated individuals who embrace kindness and experience sincere transformation. What are the characteristics that these individuals all have in common? In other words, have you noticed that people who experience sincere transformation while incarcerated have certain traits or experiences in common? It's kind of a complicated one.
It is and it isn't. I think for me, the ones that are willing to do kind acts are the ones that are willing to really change and change for the good, and notice that they need to change versus just continue down that cycle. It's a cycle that people get in. And if you're not willing to break that cycle and have a new idea, a new vision, something that you're a goal, your purpose in life. And if you can't be kind, then I don't know what you can be, And so I think to see them change and accept change, and that's what we see. The people that are kind are willing to, hey, I know I made a mistake. I'm accountable for it, and I want to move forward and show everybody out there, not just everybody out there in the area we live in. And I can be kind to everybody around me because that's who I want to be out there as well.
You think you can tell when someone's sincere about it and whether they're just kind of doing it and going through the motions,
Oh,
just so that
absolutely.
they can get a better
Yeah.
situation.
It's like the ladies say, if you're in a position where teaching and several of us are teachers in other classes, you can see the difference in people. You can see whether they're fake it till you make it type deal or that sincerity that's in them, that they want to see a change, because you'll see that. You see true emotions come out in people. When you actually open the door for someone that they're not expecting it, you see that look on their face, that fear, that pure emotion that shows up like either shock and awe, or they're almost in tears. And that is a beautiful thing to see within these walls, because there's not a lot of affection. There's not a lot of positive things that go around. There's, hey, you're here, let's just get through this time. And so to give kindness out is also giving empathy and sympathy to someone else, acknowledgement. And that's the biggest thing.
Kimberly, what do you think? Can you tell if someone's being sincere?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
Some people are pretty good actors in here, though.
Absolutely.
They can only mask for so long.
Yeah. And I think the one thing that will show, and make any difference in that is time. They can start out, like where they're just, I'm going to just do this until I make it. And then somewhere along the way, something happens and something shifts, and then they begin to take it seriously. And I've seen it the other way as well, where they're like, oh, I'm totally doing this and I can't wait to be this better person. And then, time somehow, some way shifts and they kind of slow down and start to give up again. And so really it's the momentum and how bad we want it. It's the vision and in the way that we show up, it's important how we show up every day, and what we're aligning with. If we're aligning with, I don't feel good and this is, just another day or whatever, we're going to act as that way. We're going to, live in alignment with that. If we say, you know what, I'm going to do the best that I can today and I'm going to smile and it's not going to be, just another day, then we're going to show up that way and we'll also give that ripple effect.
So in the context of what we were talking about, the importance of your families a little bit earlier, someone's asking, how can citizens better support the families of those who are serving time? Do you have any ideas about that?
Oh, wow. That's a big question. Well, I'm in all honesty, I'm not sure. Maybe just sending and showing kindness towards those who do. I know that my son at one point had trouble at school because people knew that his mother was in prison. And so maybe just, having that awareness that that everybody is human and we all make mistakes. And sometimes our mistakes put us in a place like this, but that doesn't change who we are, and that there's no possibility of redemption. And the families are already going through so much. They're already being so hardly impacted, that maybe just having kindness and awareness and letting them know, like, hey, I'm thinking of you and I know that this is what's going on, and if there's anything that I can do to help, I'm here.
Aisha, what do you think? Is there something that citizens can do to support families? Can you think of anything?
That's
So
really that's just really a hard question, really.
It is a little tough because it's a different way of extending and asking for
I really never
help or acknowledging. What about you, Raquel?
I think just showing up for our families in any capacity that anybody can show up for them, even like Kim had said, just checking in on them or asking if they need anything. And it's really hard for our families, for us to be here. They've lost something that they've always had, and they don't have us anymore. And it is hard. And so just checking in on them honestly and just making sure they're good is probably one of the things that I could say that you could do for them.
Mesa, what do you think about that? I mean, we were talking about, your situation was hard on your family and it continues to be hard on them.
It is. And to me, it's to realization on the people out there. Our families aren't the ones that created the issue while we're in here.
Right.
They don't deserve to be treated negatively or put down. understand that it's as hard on them as it is on whether there's a victim or whatever is out there. Is they are a victim as well because they're going through hardship. So yeah, being kind to them, acknowledging the fact that they're going through a rough time. And sometimes that's hard in cases where people are like, well, you're a part of that family. And that doesn't mean like we're all individuals and we can all change. And it's just how we decide to change. So yeah, giving back and understanding that everyone out there is a human being and that everyone out there makes mistakes. That's a part of life. So being kind to each other, I think just builds up the communities out there. You can't be mean to someone just because their family member is incarcerated or their family member, chose to do a bad thing. So yeah, just supporting them, supporting those out there that they have the ability to support us in here. So
someone's sending a message saying, thank you for your courage to show up for yourself and for each other and for us today. They're back there saying that. So they're saying that you made a difference in my life. So that's a nice comment from someone back there. Do you all think that other correctional facilities throughout the nation should implement this course? And what do you think the impact would be if they did?
Absolutely. I think that I don't think that we've been able to really speak to like the actual on the ground impact. And I feel like we're doing a really great job of trying to. However, I think that kindness is the most important thing in life besides, just doing the best you can and love, kindness is love in a way. And the more we spread that, the better world we're going to be in. And why not go to the hardest places and start there?
Yes.
And don't you all also feel like this is something that needs to be cultivated?
Absolutely.
It's not like a one-hit wonder where
Right.
you just do it once. You have to work out. Don't you think you have to kind of keep working on it? It's like anything
Absolutely.
else.
Yeah, because like they said, like practice makes perfect, right? So if you continue to be kind, like you're going to it will just continue to spread. And so you can't just say I'm going to be kind today and then not be kind tomorrow. It doesn't work that way. So you have to choose to be kind every single day. So yeah, that absolutely.
Is this something you think that other states should maybe someone should watch our video here that we're creating?
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I take it to county jails would be great too.
Yes.
It's so funny. The biggest, baddest guys in here are teddy bears. And once you bring kindness out in them, they're beautiful people.
Yep.
But they do look scary. They do act scary. But when you can turn that over, when we call it rubbing off, like if I can rub off my kindness to them, man, they're genuine people. Yeah. They're really nice people.
So there's a lot of misconceptions about incarcerated individuals.
Absolutely. Yeah. I mean, there's some rough and tough people, and there's some people that don't want to change. But for the most part, 90% of us want to change. And we have a side of us that is beautiful. It's kind. We're willing to help each other out. It's not knock each other down. And the more and more we spread this around and help each other out, like I said, it's that pay it forward mentality. If I can do it to one person, that one person reaches that next person. If I hit two, it multiplies. That ripple effect becomes bigger and bigger every time we do it. And it is rubbing off. Like when people see me being kind, I get noticed by staff. I get noticed by other people. They're like, hey. And so they're like, what did you do? I'm like, hey, man, you should go to this matters class. And they kind of like, I don't know, man. I don't know if I can do that. And then they go and they're like, thank you. That was a great idea. And it changes their mind.
Yeah, that's cool.
Yeah.
Aisha, do you think there's misconceptions about incarcerated individuals in general?
Yes.
Like what are they?
I just so many things. I just feel like they
like maybe stereotypes or something?
Yes,
or
most
like a lot
definitely.
of people get their ideas from a movie where they're seeing cat fights and people pulling each other's hair, or, that kind of thing.
Yes, most definitely.
Kimberly, do you have any thoughts on that?
Well, yeah, I think it's funny because a lot of people do think of like Orange is the New Black or whatever the heck it is. They see those shows and they're like, oh my gosh. Yeah, there's on a minimum level there is some of that. And I do think that like the biggest misconception is that so I had an officer tell me once, you know what the difference between you and me is? And I was like, what? And they were like, well, we just didn't get caught. And so I think that's the biggest misconception is not that, that some of us didn't like knowingly and intentionally do some things that got us into a place like this, but like we all make mistakes. We are all, I mean, the the biggest thing is that 90 something percent of us are all going to be out one day. We're all going to be somebody's neighbor. And if we can't invest in each other, then we're not investing in our community. And so that's what I think is the biggest, hugest misconception, is that we just get locked away and forgotten about. No, we're all going to get a chance to possibly get home
That's
one
right.
day.
Most people
So,
here are going to be released at some point.
absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Kimberly, Aisha, Raquel, and Mason, I want to thank you very much for your kindness and showing up and being willing to put yourself out to a row of cameras that's being sent back to 300 people up at the U. And we'll just send that back there. Thank you for listening to us today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
A brave and thoughtful conversation without question. Thanks to our panelists, Rich Pyatt, also thank you for taking some time with us today. This opportunity is available for some of you if you have a chance, you're interested in volunteering to teach classes at the prison. Mason, where are you? Mason's around here somewhere. Mason, up on the top right there. Please to talk to Mason. He's always looking for some kind and capable people to help volunteer there at the prison. So please, this group would be perfect for that. I want to get into a conversation about this documentary, Breaking Chains. Many of you may know that One Kind Act a Day has been wanting to create a documentary about the impact of kindness in corrections. The initial plan, as I understand it, was to bring an outside team in to film it, but as they looked around, they found that they had all the talent they needed already in the population that was at the prison. So after many discussions with many people in the community, and a program called Successful Offenders Learning Individual Development, also called, of course, SOLID, the Utah Department of Corrections and film expert Bo Landon and the Semnani Family Foundation donated everything that was needed to create a media team and vocational training program. With that, the SOLID Media Services and Training Team was born. Last year, some of you who were here at this event saw their first 15-minute video, which won 3 Silver Telly Awards. Impressive. I think I saw them in the back. That's so amazing. They have also made a 17-minute video about One Kind Act a Day's classes, which will be going live on the YouTube channel very soon. So please watch for that. In addition, in partnership with many, including some in this room, a feature-length documentary following stories of healing and change was made, and this is the very first of its kind, a film about inmates made by the inmates themselves. It's been making the rounds, some of you know, at film festivals. It won 2 Audience Choice Awards, an award for innovation, and an honorable mention in the documentary category. One Kind Act a Day hopes that this film sparks a greater understanding and connection towards an often marginalized population. The next showing, I understand, of the documentary will be tomorrow evening, if you have a moment, at the Utah Film Center. But we thought we'd take for just a moment today to show a short 4-minute clip in it teasing this documentary. If we can please roll the clip.
I'm excited to be a great father that's present emotionally and physically for my children for anything they need or want, whether it's just to play video games that I'm terrible at or make them watch old movies that I love and they'll probably roll their eyes at. I'm committed to being a transparent and committed spouse. I'm very grateful to have love in my life, and I want to make sure that I honor that gift with the rest of my life.
What I want people to most know about people incarcerated is that people are capable of changing. And by learning to make better choices in their lives, they can change not only their life, but they can change so many others, and that ripple effect is real.
We are inviting you guys to be part of this transformation. It's not just mere words. You've seen it vividly, that we are taking the action steps to make sure that we are part of the solution as well. And we need all the help we can get. It's not about just transforming corrections. It's about transforming lives, transforming the society we live in. And it doesn't matter where you are. You could be part of that solution.
Now that you have seen the stories of men and women here in this prison, who will one day become your neighbors. I would like to ask those of you who are watching this documentary right now, what is it that we can do to become better members of society and for you to trust us to walk alongside you in grocery stores, shopping malls, public places, schools? Ask yourselves what it is that you can do to help invest and support in us to become better members of society. And what is it that we can all collectively do to make this prison system or correctional facilities a better place to rehabilitate so that we can come back home healed and ready to live alongside you.
The majority of us will one day be somebody's neighbor. And I would want my neighbor to have the opportunity to grow and to heal before they came home. And that story that they build, why they do that, could be the very thing that saves somebody else's life. And that's what I would want for somebody who comes to prison. For them to be given an opportunity to become the best version of themselves.
Before I let you guys go, I want to express my gratitude for each and every single one of you that has just watched our film. It was a tough road. It's always been tough to dig back into my case. I can only imagine how it was for the family that I harmed. But my message is to you that is watching right now, that is unsure about our message, that is unsure about restorative justice. Give it a chance. If there's somebody in your life that you have a conflict with, that you are not sure of who they are, what they are, or what they are about, my message to you is this: drop the labels. The moment I was able to do that in my life, I was able to treat everybody around me like human beings. Before this journey, the way I seen everybody is the way I treated them. And that's my message to each and every single one of you, especially you that's watching right now that's not sure about our message.
It's clear our community will be well served by watching that documentary. I look forward to watching it as well. We'd now like to take just a moment to give out a couple more awards, the one-of-a-kind awards. And the first people who will receive this honor has a direct connection to the Prison and Documentary Project. Let's watch a brief video honoring Linda Dobbins and Autumn Songer Porter.
On October 9th, 2008, about 6:30 at night, I got a phone call that my son was gone. He had been beaten to death, and I needed to get to Utah. So that was the start of what happened to Jay. And for many, many years, I believed that Fanua beat my son, because Fanua got the same amount of time that the other guy got that actually killed my son. So for many years, I hated that man, and I wrote him letters and told him how much I hated him. And then I finally went and sat with him at the prison, and I left a different person. And I believe that we're not doing this for no reason. We're doing this for a good reason. Fanua is going to make a difference. So wanting to meet with Fanua was because I had a lot of unanswered questions. You know, it took me many years. I had all the police reports. I had all the answers right here at the house. But there were some questions that only he could answer. And Fanua gave me those answers. Fanua sat down with me. I went to the prison, sat across from him, and he gave me my answers. He didn't sugarcoat anything. He told me what I needed to know. He also showed me a lot of remorse. I apologized for his part in his in that day, and I believe him. And I believe when this man gets out, if anybody's going to make a difference, it's going to be Fanua. And I'm looking forward to hearing about it.
I think I just always try to look at it from the other perspective, the other person's point of view. When it came to this, I always view it as from his daughter's point of view, because for a long time I didn't really think about his family, and then one day it kind of did just hit me, and it was just, you know, they were victims too for the first time in my brain, and I just always try to remember that. I don't know what somebody else is going through, and I just try to always give people the benefit of the doubt when they are having a bad day. It's not always easy, but it's worth it because you don't know what somebody's going through.
Yeah, I have to always remember somebody's always having a worse day than I am. I looked at it like, what if I was waiting all these years for my son to come home? I wanted her son to be able to come home before she passed away.
Yeah, but she unfortunately passed away before she got to see her son come home. Oh, that bothers me.
That bothers both of us.
It really does.
We were hoping for him to go home to his mom before she passed away.
But he gets to see his dad, his brother,
Yeah.
and his kids. So.
Yes.
I really did think like forgiveness was weak, and it just was for them. And I, you know, after speaking to my therapist and just understanding a little bit more about life, I realized like it is for you, and you do get peace, and it does really help. It takes the same amount of work to be miserable as it does to be happy. I think it takes the same amount of work to be so angry at somebody than it does to forgive them. So I think it just depends on when you're ready to meet yourself.
You know, your life could be, you could think your life could be so sad and so hard and so bad. But, you know, stepping out of your comfort once in a while, show somebody a little bit of kindness, you know, do something that you wouldn't expect to do. It could make a difference in somebody's life. And I believe that Fanua is going to make a difference in somebody's life. For just this, you know, for him getting out and knowing that he doesn't have to carry that with him no more, you know, he's going to make a difference. We're going to all see.
Can we please have Linda, Autumn, and Mr. Semnani please come to the stage? Next, Leo Tolstoy once said, "The task of art lies in making that feeling of brotherhood and love of one's neighbor the habitual feeling, the instinct of all men." As a nomination from members of the One Kind Act a Day's Advisory Board, we would like to highlight Ballet West's outstanding education and outreach. Please watch this videos on ways they are spreading art and kindness in the community. Can we please have the Ballet West team and Peter please come to the stage? All right, everyone, thank you. Hope you had some good stretching time because our next speaker, I'm very excited for us to have. Welcome back, everyone. Our next speaker today, we're getting everyone in. Our next speaker today is a global leader, without question, who has dedicated her entire life to service, compassion, and to her faith. With a background in law, President Camille N. Johnson currently serves as the General Relief Society President for the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, one of the largest women's organizations in the world. She previously served as the primary general president as well. She's been helping kids and adults to be more Christ-like through her words and particularly through her example. Please join me in welcoming President Camille N. Johnson.
Thank you for the kind introduction. It really is a pleasure to be here, but the cat is now out of the bag, right? Before serving as the General Relief Society president, I did practice law for nearly 30 years. Lawyers are not typically invited to kindness summits, nor are they asked to give the keynote address, although it's a good idea to get lawyers involved in these kinds of occasions. You have invited me to stand alongside distinguished members of the community and education leaders and thought leaders and religious leaders in this community to add my shared commitment, my commitment with yours, to kindness. Thank you for looking beyond the professional title that is attached to me, looking beyond that, and recognizing the intentions of my heart. That in and of itself is a kind act. I want to express my appreciation to Khosrow Semnani and his family. Thank you so much for your generosity, and it really is a privilege. And it's been a tender experience to be here with all of you today. I am grateful for your visionary leadership. There's a lot of people that have good intentions, but others that have grand vision, and you're one of those, and your family has embraced your vision and supported this great cause. I'm really happy to be here to celebrate kindness in action with all of you today. And as I contemplated what I might share with you today, it became very clear to me that kindness was personal. My remarks would, out of necessity, be personal, because there is just no way for me to address the subject of kindness without personal stories, where and how I learned to be kind, how I've tried to practice kindness myself, and personal stories of kindness shown to me and that I've witnessed shown by others. It is deeply personal. For me, daily acts of kindness are the way that I develop a kind and compassionate heart. So I use my hands and my feet, I use my lips and my ears in acts of kindness with the hope and expectation that I become kind, so that kindness becomes my nature. Our panelist just recently said, he made the comment, it becomes a habit, doesn't it? And that's what we're aiming for kindness become that habit and become part of our natures. If that is my desire, that I am kind by nature, then my priorities are impacted, my desires, my choices, and my actions. And so I choose to do one kind act a day with all of you. Why is it that we math teachers and parents too give their children those multiplication practice sheets? You've all done them, you've all seen them. 5 times 5 is 5, 5 times 8 is 40, 5 times 9 is 45, 5 times 7 is 35, and you didn't even have to think about it because you practiced over and over again so that the answer was just second nature. I think that's the same for kindness. As we practice one kind act a day, it will become second nature to us. Now, lawyers refer to their professional work as the practice of law. I never took a perfect deposition. I always thought of another question I could have asked when the deposition was complete. And I never wrote a perfect brief because I always thought of something else I could have said with more eloquence after I'd submitted it. And certainly never presented a perfect oral argument before a judge or justices. Almost always in the middle of the night after the argument, I woke up with something really clever and articulate I could have said. But that's the point. I never presented anything perfectly, but I was practicing. And so my efforts for my clients were satisfactory. It was of value because I was practicing law with an eye towards changing and improving and perfecting. My efforts, though they were imperfect, were sufficient because I was practicing. One kind act today is the way we practice a principle of the heart. Kindness is a fundamental characteristic of the noblest of women and men. And if I wish to acquire that fundamental characteristic for myself, I will practice with one kind act a day. In my years practicing law, I found the greatest satisfaction in problem solving. Sometimes that meant presenting a case to a judge or a jury. Other times it meant reaching resolution through mediation. However the outcome was achieved, one principle remained constant. There was never a need for unkindness. It didn't suit me, and it never suited or served the clients of those who employed it. In my professional life, I tried, imperfectly, but I tried. I practiced kindness in simple and intentional ways by trying to find something in common with opposing counsel or by taking genuine interest in their lives. If I knew they had a child in college, I might ask what their child was studying or how those studies were going. Or if I knew they had a favorite team, I'd comment on a recent win. These small gestures never weakened my advocacy. In fact, I think they may have strengthened it. They signaled sincerity and helped build trust even across disagreement. My goal was always to solve the problem at hand, to find common ground wherever possible. So in a profession where conflict is often the very reason you have work, acts of kindness need to become a steady guide. They helped me to navigate challenges with respect and purpose without ever compromising the cause that I represented. But when a situation became highly charged and filled with contention, what was I to do? And what are you to do? Well, as a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, I follow the admonition of Jesus Christ, who said, "Blessed are the peacemakers, and to do unto others as you would have them do unto you." This golden rule is of universal value and has place in many traditions and philosophy. From Islam, none of you will believe until you love for your brother what you love for yourself. Hinduism, this is the sum of duty. Do not unto others that which would cause you pain if done to you. Judaism, what is hateful to you, do not do to your fellow man. This is the entire law, all the rest is commentary. And Plato said, I can do to others what I'd like them to do to me. In his Sermon on the Mount, Jesus Christ did not call for peace lovers or peacekeepers. He asked us to make peace. Making peace and practicing the golden rule requires active engagement. We must be in the arena, not standing on the sidelines. Recently, I heard from a friend who was part of a group who was working virtually with young people in Gaza. She reported that these young people had walked miles to find an internet signal so that they could participate, not for distraction or escape, but to make sure their voice was part of shaping their future. They didn't come asking for sympathy. They came asking for responsibility to be peacemakers. Even while they have been displaced, these young people have formed small peer circles to care for children, to organize basic education, to prevent local conflict, to check on the elderly and ensure no one is forgotten. They are not waiting for permission or even safety. They are performing kind acts and making peace. Amidst war, there is transcendent joy available to those who are kind and those who are making peace. Now, I believe that children are naturally kind and can influence adults to be kind also. I also know that children can be taught bigotry and hate. How do we keep that innate kindness alive in our children? How will we plant that seed of desire in our young people to not only act with kind acts every day, but to become kind? Well, I'm thrilled by the work that One Kind Act a Day is doing in schools to inspire children and youth to become kind. It's fabulous, and it's noble, and it's necessary. Fundamentally, I hope that those children learning kindness in school will someday be parents who show kindness and who teach kindness in their own homes and to their own children. Reflecting on my own experience, I think I first practiced kindness with my own parents. I observed and helped my mother serving others and preparing food for them. We always picked grapes in the fall. My mother always made her famous grape syrup, and we delivered it to neighbors. She visited and cared for those who were sick and those who were hurt, and she didn't leave me on the outside of all of that, but involved me in those kind acts. My dad also modeled kindness. My dad was genuinely interested in people. We still laugh about family dinners when we would go to a restaurant because we would all be hungry and anxious to order our food when the server would approach the table. And my dad would inevitably ask the server a question or pay them a compliment. I love your bolo tie. Tell me about it. Where did you get it? Yes, I'm here with my family. Tell me all about your family. And we all sat hungry, waiting to place our orders while my dad always made a new friend. But I think that's where that seed was planted in me. That seed of desire that I wanted to be kind was planted. I wanted to be just like my dad. What was his motive? Well, he just loved people. He was genuinely interested in people. His nature and disposition was kind. Now, as a child, I remember hearing or learning the words of this song, very simple tune. I want to be kind to everyone, for that is right, you see. So I say to myself, remember this, kindness begins with me. Several months ago, my 4-year-old granddaughter, Hallie, decided to jump off the roof of a 5-foot playhouse in my basement, holding hands with her sister. She landed hard and broke her tibia. And while her parents rushed her off to the hospital here at Primary Children's, I took her 3 younger siblings and took them home to try to get them ready for bed. It was just shortly thereafter that there was a knock at the door. It was my other daughter-in-law with her 6-year-old daughter, Goldie. They hadn't been there for Sunday dinner, but they had heard about the accident and immediately came over with paper and crayons and poster boards and scissors and decorated Hallie's room so that when she came home from the hospital, she knew that she was loved. We love you, Hallie. How will 6-year-old Goldie, and that's her younger sister Dorothy, how will they practice kindness? Well, by being invited to do kind acts. Some of them will be orchestrated by their parents, and I trust that they will have practice with those experiences of kindness. As Goldie and as Dorothy have more practice with kindness, they'll desire it more. Goldie won't be able to put into words the rise in oxytocin or lowering her cortisol, but she will desire to be kind, and that innate kindness will be kindled. So let us never underestimate the power of our children. They are naturally kind, and we can invite them to join us in doing one kind act a day with the hope and expectation that they will become kind adults. My present calling as the General Relief Society president has afforded me to see kindness on a grand and global scale. The Relief Society is one of the oldest and largest women's organizations in the world, and our name describes our work and objective. It is to bring relief, both temporal and spiritual, to all of God's children. I have stewardship for more than 8 million women who are members of the Relief Society in every corner of the world, and they are inspiring to me. I do believe that women possess special gifts and propensities to sense human needs and with kindness to offer comfort and to teach and to strengthen. Because of that, our communities depend upon very ordinary women for our human flourishing. And I make that claim out of my lived experience. I have seen women unite in providing consistent acts of kindness and service within their homes and their communities. I've seen women elevate one another in the midst of poverty. I have seen women care for, feed, and nurture children who are not their own. I've seen women stand to protect others from the ravages of war, and I hope to provide you with just a few examples. In the last decade or so, during the refugee crisis in Europe, members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints across Europe pooled their time and their talents and their resources to assist many of the people who were displaced. There were many of them displaced and flooding into Europe because of regional conflicts and human rights abuses and devastating economic hardship. Particularly noteworthy to me was that Relief Society members in the UK and France were moved to provide consistent, meaningful organizational support, regardless of ethnicity or religious background, to elevate the desperate conditions in the migrant camps. Although these people came from different countries and different cultures and faiths, there was a common bond of faith that was a critical aspect of the support that was provided. Latter-day Saint women were particularly attuned to the importance of honoring and accommodating the religious commitments of these refugees. So knowing the importance of their own faith-based commitments, women who helped to organize relief in the camps assured that religious prohibitions and preferences in food were provided for and labeled clearly, that clothing and personal items were provided that were culturally appropriate and sensitive and avoided symbols and imagery that might offend certain belief systems, that separate spaces were provided for different faith groups to observe religious practices, and that communal living arrangements honored and respected religious requirements. Such kind responsiveness it's not uncommon. In the Philippines, members of the Relief Society recognized the high level of malnutrition in their communities, and so they learned about the most common causes of malnutrition. They organized nutrition screenings in our church buildings. This is one I attended in Manila. Those were not just for members of our faith, but also all their neighbors. And the children were brought in, they were screened for evidence of malnutrition, and then the parents were provided with support and education about how they could improve the nutritional value of the foods that they were serving to their children. These local efforts were then complemented by the church's humanitarian efforts in that part of the world. What's beautiful to me is that what started out as a local women-led Kind Act project, how can we address malnutrition amongst our children and our neighbors' children? It's now rippled far beyond the Philippines. The effort this year is being implemented in over 26 countries across Africa, Asia, Central America, South America, and the Caribbean. The Relief Society leads the church's global humanitarian initiative to improve the well-being of women and children. And sometimes I'm asked, well, why just the women and children? Are you leaving the men behind? Oh, no. We know that when we empower women and families with greater knowledge and resources, they're better equipped to make the changes that will have a lasting impact in their homes and in their communities and in their nations, just the way One Kind Act today works. When a woman is empowered with information and when she's healthy, families are blessed and communities are lifted and nations are strengthened. And of course, when you bless a child, you have made an investment in the future. So our work focuses on 4 key pillars, particularly maternal and newborn care, nutrition for children under 5, because those first 5 years of life are key to nutritional development and brain development because of nutrition, immunizations, and then education. Since 2024, there has been a major expansion in this global initiative. And the Church and Relief Society has taken a leadership role in convening 8 NGOs, global humanitarian organizations, and grouping them together into 4 consortia. This is a new concept. We hadn't done this before, but we grouped them together and focused them on projects benefiting women and children. So by way of example, one of the consortia is working on women and children's vitamins, supplements, medications, and high nutrition foods in 12 high-need countries. Another one of the NGOs is working exclusively in Ghana, and consortia, I should say. So there's 3 NGOs working together in Ghana on maternal and newborn care, but also on immunization and nutrition for the mothers. We've got another working in Nepal, several NGOs working together to improve agricultural processes and also to provide appropriate nutrition screening for children and to upgrade medical clinics. The results of this endeavor, this consortium building endeavor, have really been remarkable. So in the first 2 years of this initiative, we provided for 42 million women and children vitamins. 42 million women and children have received vitamins. It was 23 million children that were dewormed, and 3.5 million children were screened for malnutrition. 67,000 families received support for good hygiene and water sanitation, and 85,000 individuals had been trained on good agricultural processes. These NGOs were used to competing for funding dollars, and all of this was happening when U.S. aid was drying up. They were looking for funding, but the dollars were limited. But when they came together and worked in these consortia and they started sharing information with each other, they started sharing best practices, and they could see that they were all working to the same objective. 1 + 1 = 3. The dollars went farther because of the cooperation that existed between these people. By way of example, in Nepal, we saw this. One organization was screening children for malnutrition. Another had all the key contacts in the government. So they were providing information. The one NGO would screen the children, provide that to the other NGO that was working with the government that was connecting people to local community services. Not everyone has the government contacts. Not everyone has the ability to get their resources into a country. But when we work together collaboratively, we can do so much more. This is a picture of my dear friends. Anna Cespedes, who is on my left, she's the CEO of Vitamin Angels. And Sarah Bucci, who is the CEO of Helen Keller International, is on my right. Their organizations have been working together in one of the consortia that's providing care for women and children in these 12 high-need countries. They've worked specifically on access to vitamins and supplements. Last November, I think it was Sarah emailed me, and she said, "We're coming to town, can we meet?" And I thought, well, I didn't know that we had a meeting scheduled for our consortium members. And she said, "No, Sarah, Anna and I work traveling together. We're friends, we're traveling together, we're coming to Salt Lake. Can we just get together and meet with you?" Isn't that a beautiful thing? These are organizations that had been competing for funding for years. They're now traveling together, sharing best practices about what they're learning in the places that they're working. We spent a beautiful hour together, just sort of relishing in our friendship and the collaborative way that we're able to work together, one kind act at a time. The beads I'm wearing in the photo are a gift from Anna. She had purchased the beads from an African woman and crafted them into a necklace for me. One kind act a day. The work of caring for those in need is clearly big and broad and could feel overwhelming. But when we tackle it one mother and one child and one family at a time, one kind act at a time, we see that this can be accomplished. Looking at these challenges through that lens keeps me optimistic. The challenges are big, but our opportunities are even bigger. In February 2023, I had the life-changing opportunity to travel to a very remote part of Uganda, the Karamoja region. It's on the desert side of Uganda, on the other side of the Nile, where cows are currency and people are generally nomadic. The women build all their homes out of mud and manure. They bear children, and I saw them performing one kind act a day. So we participated in a health fair. Well, a health fair of sorts. It was held underneath a tree. This was a project that the church had funded and worked on with UNICEF and local community health teams. There were medical checks for expectant mothers. There were screenings for anemia, malaria, AIDS. There were children that were screened for malnutrition. And for those with severe malnutrition, there were ready-to-use therapeutic foods that you see in pouches that were available for those children. Women were taught about the nutritious foods that were available to prepare for their own children. And what I can best describe as sorghum stew, I don't know exactly what we were making, but we put it in a big cauldron of sorts over a fire and prepared this and then had the opportunity to feed these children. But the mothers were educated about how to prepare appropriate and nutritious food with the very limited resources that they had available to them. How do you tackle the challenges that are so wide and so prevalent in a place like that, where there's frequent tribal hostility and political disruption? One woman doing one kind act a day. The information that was taught to these women was shared at the health fair through what they referred to as village health teachers. These are women who were empowered with information on how to screen children for malnutrition and how to access community health services available even in their remote location, and how to prepare nutritious food. And then, blessed with the information they had, those village health teachers traveled on foot to the next mud and manure hut and shared what they had learned. This is one of those health teachers. Her life is so very hard by our standards, and yet she was so joyful. She was smart, and she was capable, and she was motivated to share the knowledge she had obtained to improve the lives of women and children within her own sphere of influence. She was practicing one kind act a day. So, while the Relief Society will use its global reach to try to scale these women-inspired efforts, I still believe that the most important work that any of us does, the most impactful work, continues to be done when we care for our own children, when we teach a friend to read, when we patiently address the needs of someone who's elderly in our neighborhood, or prepare a meal for someone who's sick, or cry with someone who is grieving. We need not wait for that chance of a lifetime to travel to Africa to feed the starving children. There are malnourished children in the Salt Lake Valley, and there are adult women who don't know how to read. How will we tackle that? One kind act a day. We've invited all the members of Relief Society and all of our friends to participate in this initiative with us to care for women and children. We published a simple list of 25 ways. It was things like helping a child read out loud, finding out about the challenges in your community that prevent women from having access to prenatal care and then attacking those challenges, dancing, jumping, climbing, and playing with children on the ground. It stimulates brain development when they're toddlers. Plant a garden and share your produce, or mentor a woman on her path to being self-reliant. The point is that all of us can do something, whatever our sphere of influence, to care for women and children and families and in our community. One kind act a day. In this season of my life, and while my current work involves these broad organizational efforts to improve conditions generally for women and children, still, my most important work is to recognize the needs of those that are closest to me and respond with kindness and patience and love, because that is what I want to become. I want to become kind. Elena is a young adult who lives in Georgia. She was pursuing a doctorate degree in occupational therapy with the goal of working in a hospital neonatal intensive care unit for babies who need extra care because they're born prematurely. The Relief Society's global initiative to improve the well-being of women and children was inspiring to her. And so, inspired by that invitation to participate, she decided to make kangaroo care, or skin-to-skin contact for babies born prematurely, the subject of her graduate capstone project. As it turns out, there are nearly 15 million babies born prematurely every year in the United States. And in Atlanta, Georgia, where Elena lives, the preterm rate and infant mortality rate are all higher than the US national average. So she created an educational program where people are more aware of the benefits of skin-to-skin contact between premature babies and their mothers. The idea is that the baby's placed right on the mother's chest and then covered with something warm, and they maintain that contact. It lowers the temperature of the baby, it improves stress, it regulates hormones, and it improves sleep, and just there's many other benefits. But as it turns out, it's not always implemented in NICUs as a standard of care. So Elena's project aims to improve that implementation. What I find so meaningful about Elena's project is she didn't wait for the perfect platform or a big platform even. She just acted where she was. One person, one moment, one kind choice at a time. Now, skin-to-skin care for premature babies is especially poignant to me because we had a grandson born in February 2025, nearly 7 weeks early. At 3 pounds, 5 ounces, our little warrior Frank was in the NICU for nearly a month. And every one of those days, my daughter and my son had him on their chest, skin to skin. You see, kangaroo care is for dads too. The traumatic nature of our grandson's early arrival, sudden birth, and the pain and separation and having to leave him there and go home without him was soothed in that skin-to-skin care that they enjoyed every single day. Now, Frank has 2 older sisters. Those are the 2 that you saw in the picture earlier, and they were anxiously awaiting his arrival home. And they were so disappointed that they couldn't go to the hospital. But there was a camera above Frank's bassinet. And using that camera and an app that my son and daughter-in-law were able to install on their phone, they could monitor Frank during the day and during the night, and they could always see what was happening. And so Goldie, Marigold, and Dorothy were able to see their little brother. But this is what touched me the most. See, one kind act a day. There was a NICU nurse that at night would place a note in Frank's bassinet. This one read, "I love you so much. I can't wait to come home and snuggle you. One kind act a day." I'll just be forever grateful for that woman who placed those notes in the bassinet and soothed our aching hearts during a time that was traumatic for us as a family. You always cry over your grandbabies, don't you? I think it's beautifully appropriate that the Kindness Summit is here. We're having the Kindness Summit in the Beehive State. The bee, of course, is our state insect, and we find the bee on our state flag. It represents industry and hard work and community. You know, honeybees are driven to pollinate, and so they gather nectar to make that honey. Working in hives of 20,000 to 60,000 bees, the average hive must visit millions of flowers and travel the equivalent, imagine this, of 2 times around the world in order to produce just 1 pound of honey. In a honeybee's short lifespan of just a few weeks to 4 months, each single honeybee's contribution is about 1/12 of a teaspoon. That seemingly insignificant contribution of an individual honeybee is vital to the life of the hive. So also, our kind acts, one a day over a lifetime, are vital to the well-being of our families and our community and our nation. So it is my hope, and it's my prayer for all of us, that we will become kind by practicing one kind act a day. Thank you.
Wow, thank you so much, President Johnson. As we move towards the close of our program, we have come to recognize that kindness is not just individual, it's also collective. And today we would like to take a moment to honor communities that have made kindness a part of their culture. And there are very few people I know that understand what the Utah culture is really about than our amazing First Lady, Abby Cox. And we are so grateful for her service. And we would like to invite her, if you will help me welcome her to the stage to talk about our community awards.
What a difficult thing to follow, President Johnson, but I am honored to be here and speak of something that I'm so passionate about. And thank you to the Semnani family for including me and my organization, my foundation in with their work. As I sat here and listened to President Johnson, many of those same themes have resonated in my heart and in my organization and the things that we're doing. And to me, this idea, I've been working a lot with foster youth and foster children and foster families. And this is such an important part of being one kind act a day, doing one kind act a day, as we can help the most vulnerable children among us. And I was with a friend whose child was adopted through foster care, and she said to me that her little boy was really struggling, and that he had been in a classroom and he'd been at school with a friend, and she said something very unkind to him, that she said he should go to sleep and not wake up. And my heart broke, and I thought about the importance of one kind act a day and the work that's being done in the schools, and how important it is for each of us in our lives to model the kind of behavior that we're talking about, that we need to model as citizens. I love that we're doing this in our cities and in our prison systems and everywhere we look. If we can just emanate this whole idea throughout this state, we are going to be the kind of state in the nation and in the world. And so to me, this is critical work. Critical work. Sometimes we think it's, this fluffy, nice thing to do. No, this is critical work. This means this is saving lives in many ways. And so I'm proud of the work that we're doing here. I'm proud of the communities that are engaging in this work. And I know that as we go forward as a state and we model this as adults, that this is going to be very important in changing the entire culture of our state as we go forward. So thank you so much for this opportunity, and thank you to Khosrow and the entire Semnani family. Thank you.
If we could have the representatives from South Salt Lake, the representatives from the City of Sandy, and from the Tooele Senior Center come up. We have some awards we'd like to give you all. And Mr. Semnani as well. Can you come up here for a quick photo?
Slide down that way just a little bit so we can get all the picture. Thank you to those award winners, and particularly to our First Lady, Abby Cox. Thank you very much. As we start to come to the close of our summit, it's fitting and appropriate that we take a minute to hear from the visionary man who made all of this possible. How do you give a conclusion about someone who does so much? Khosrow Semnani, our friend. He has a true talent for noticing things. Agreed? He notices what other people usually don't. He notices issues in our society. And along with that talent and knowing when things need to be helped along or moved along or changed, he has another talent that I have seen so many times in the years that I have been fortunate enough to know him, and I know it's been the case with all of you as well. He is a person of action, personally and quickly. He doesn't just exemplify kindness, he is the perfect representation of our theme today, kindness in action. Khosrow Semnani is someone who makes things happen. And that is why we have this event today, the one kind act of a day. He has done so much for our community and his family as well. Do you mind, Kaz, we have your whole family, Kaz, Gazelle, any of his children who are here. Can you please just stand for a moment so we can just recognize you? We are just so grateful for all of you, a room full of people who are just doing good, and the leader of us today, Kaz. Would you be willing to please come up and just give a couple words as we close out? Let's give a hand for Khosrow Semnani.
Jason said it right. I just want to take 1 minute. I know it's been a wonderful day. Quite frankly, I guess we all can share this, but every one of us, at least for speaking for myself, I feel great about our community. I feel great about our country. And today, here is something that we have a who's who of do-gooders, charitable people, philanthropists, and just simply good people of Utah. And I really take pride to be among you. I came here 56 years ago, and I know I landed right place. Thank you so much. I just want to echo one thing that Kimberly, one of the inmate ladies, said, and it just it's going to stay with me. And that is, kindness is the first. Kindness is a first nature. It's not a second nature. Every one of our kids, when they're born, I totally believe that they're born with kindness, with empathy, and empathy in action, eventually compassion. They are born with that, And if we just have a way of being the best parents, we will promote that all we can. That's one. Secondly, I want to take an opportunity and thank you a few people that I have not mentioned. I should mention every one of you, but I just have to do this right now. Governor Cox, he was the first person who actually accepted and supported me in starting the One Kind Act Day program. I just want to thank him. And also I want to thank Abby, his wife. She's been a very instrumental member of our efforts and our campaign. And she's been with us in schools, in the counties, in different occasions, ceremonies, and so on. And thank you for that as well. I also want to and I want to thank other people that you saw the results of their work. This program really started with a gentleman, his name is Glenn Mills, who was a public relations director for the state correction system. And later on, he was replaced by Jared Garcia, of course. And Brian Redd was the person who was at the helm, and Glenn was reporting to him. And Jared Garcia now is replaced Brian Redd, who works for the city city police department now. I also want to acknowledge a gentleman here who's been very instrumental in good work that has happened in the correctional facility, Mr. Michael Ulibari. He was here a minute ago. I think he's left. Where is he? Oh, there he is. Thank you for everything you've done. We appreciate that very much. And important thing that just was a lucky coincidence. I just had the pleasure of having a visit with Congressman Kennedy, and I just invited him. He was very busy, but he made the time, and I want to acknowledge his presence and support of this program. Thank you very much for coming. Appreciate that very much. He's been my partner writing some op-ed togethers in Utah and in Washington as well. And in closing, I just want to tell you that today, this is something that is over and over been proven to me. That's another time that has been proven to me that what we see here is a good indication that who America is, or what America stands for. America is great because America is good. Let's not forget that. It's a very difficult times we are going through. But America is great because America is good. And I want to leave a message with you. Make sure that America remains great. Thank you very much for coming. Thank you so much.